got myself added in. Yep, there we go. So I'll stop sharing the screen there, and we'll get this all set up and go. Might just have a little bit of music on in the background as just a little bit of ambience. Hopefully there. Can you guys hear me okay there? Otherwise, I may have just been talking to myself. Just give me a bit of a heads up in the chat there if you can hear me. Just a yay. I'm going to actually type it in because just drop that into the chat and see if anybody comes back. Okay, cool. Thanks for that, Brett. Appreciate it. That's the thing, I guess, when you are sort of just doing it by yourself, you're never quite sure if you are talking to yourself or there is somebody else there. And thanks to Atiz for also just confirming that. So yeah, if you guys have got some suggestions, let's get them rolling out there. So as I said before in the intro, the theme is castles and medieval. If you've been following along some of my other videos and things lately in and around London, been doing all the castles and visiting them, most of them been to before, but just also going around again, because at the moment, to be quite frank with everyone, they're pretty much empty. There's very few people going along, like numbers about 1/10 what they normally are in peak season in summer. So it's, if you've ever wanted to go along without the crowds and see stuff, wander around, it's great. So a couple of days ago, we actually stayed at Leeds Castle, which is actually just around from here. This is literally right next to it. It's a Maiden's Tower, so I got up early in the morning just to do a quick little sketch as I like to do. So just to give you some sort of ideas, maybe you can draw that there, and I'll try to keep track of this. I think we've got Matt there saying he wants the Lego castle. So yep, I'll just try to make a note of some of these. Pretend that I'm prepared and organized. So we've got Matt's builds with the yellow castle. I think, yeah, when we did the Lego Pictionary a few, I guess it's getting on a couple months back now. It's a 72-hour stream, did that. I think Lego Castle was one in there as well. Epic sketch, thanks for that, Brett, appreciate that. And a teaser's come in with Dublin Castle. Okay then. That's a nice thing about this, is that people can pull out the different castles which I've never heard of before and check them out. That's the one thing being off in Australia where there basically is no castles or any history before, any real history. No, I'll get in trouble saying it that way. The first part of European history has only been for the last 200 years, give or take the Dutch landing on the west coast in the 1600s. Let's just see, might just have a bit of background music playing. I have no idea how loud that's going to be coming in. Hopefully it's not too much. If you guys can just give me a bit of a comment, it's just a little bit of ambient noise to fill in the gaps there. And something else which beginning of the year, we actually went to Euro Disney. And this was a quick little sketch I did at Euro Disney of one of their castles there as well. So again, you can interpret castles pretty widely, and we'll try to get that catered in there. Just getting a few bits of paper here. G'day to the Daily Brick, thanks for stopping by. Yep, no, that's cool. I appreciate even just popping in for a few minutes and saying hi. That's great. And we might just get going on the first one. So just move that out of the way. And just volume on that. If you guys can just comment if there is any ambient sort of music that you can hear in the background. If that's too much haze or anything like that, just let me know. Okay, better just flick over this banner from the stream will start shortly into that there. Live artists, you tell me what to draw in the chat. Themes is castle and medieval. And I think we'll start off with, I think the first suggestion which came through was from Matt, which was, sorry Matt if I'm chopping your name short and you prefer something, Matthew builds bricks. Sorry. And a g'day to Bricksloth. Thanks for stopping on by. Theme tonight, medieval and castles. So if you've got anything you want me to draw in that theme, pop it in the chat there and we'll get to it. Where are we at here? So the actually, yeah, just drop this in here. So we want castle. So adjust that camera there. And Matthew builds bricks, House of Dots. That is, for anybody else who's out there and doesn't know that, beginning of the year as part of the promotional thing for Lego Dots, they built a House of Dots, which was done in London, and that was actually done by some AFOLs, and I was lucky enough to be one of those AFOLs who was doing it. So that had a great launch, and from obviously what we understand, I don't know anything probably any more than you guys do, the product is doing quite well. Once they finished up with the House of Dots, they then put it into storage, and part of it got damaged, and they saw it as an idea to take the House of Dots on a world tour. So it's going to be popping up in other countries, and what they've come back now and said that they'd also like to, for the things which went into storage and got damaged, to fix them up and add a few more things in and just change it around and rejig it. So they've come back to some of the original AFOLs who helped out with that and to help do some more pieces. And so I've been working on that. It's all going pretty well. All the work is being done remotely. So that's good, because before when I was doing it was basically catching public transport for about 2.5 hours each way. Whereas now they delivered during the week 7 boxes of Lego. And when I say boxes, I'm guesstimating there's somewhere in the vicinity of, I'm guesstimating because I haven't even opened all the boxes, maybe 100,000 parts and pieces for me to basically go through to set plans, build their patterns out, and then it will go back and be reconstructed into the House of Dots, which is going to then go on tour worldwide. So that's kind of cool. So I've just been working on that. My thumbs, I think I've already gone through the better part of 30 or 40,000 tiles, and the thumbs get very sore. You build up a bit of a strength and tolerance to that. Just looking there, it's currently base plates, taking a bit of time, but this weekend it'll be it's Bricksloth talking about an airport, I'm guessing he's building there. And oh, we have Mr. Kevin Hinkle in the house. Thanks very much for popping on by. I saw part of your stream yesterday and your final output of what was it? Video game characters. There's some cool ones in there. I did see your Mario though, and think there's a little interesting take on how that got done. I'm sure for anybody else here who doesn't know who Mr. Hinkle Draws is, definitely check him out. He does something very, very similar. Actually, truth be told, I pretty much stole his idea with his little blessing. So Kevin's a great artist and a great person within the Lego community, so make sure you check him out and subscribe, and he does some wonderful stuff as well. And if you want any work done, then definitely consider getting him to do some things, although from last time we chat, his wait list is, I think, months at this stage, so plan in advance. Let's get going here on the yellow castle. I don't know what to do there. Actually, first one out of the gate. That's cool if the video games was demanded by your son. I'm guessing then you've managed to pass the torch in the love of video games. Although in this day and age, if it's got a screen, the kids just naturally gravitate towards it in any event. But yeah, that's been the one thing. I was on the fence about the Super Mario sets. Love Mario, grew up with the NES and the Super NES, 64. I did have the GameCube after that, and then trying to think, Wii, was the Wii the next one, and then the Wii U, and then obviously currently the Switch. Kevin's saying yes, classic stuff. We play Super NES every other evening together. That's awesome. Yeah, I actually managed to pick up one of those classic consoles. It was like the 30 games and things, because obviously the kids being quite young, and when they're playing some of the PlayStation games, trying to get their heads around 3D worlds and controllers and everything like that when they're quite young, it was a little bit of a challenge. So actually, I managed to pick up one of those classic NES years ago, and that was much more simpler in terms of getting them to understand spatial awareness and, understand the direction pad and only having a couple of buttons to press and things like that. So really interesting then seeing how they, the games that they gravitated towards and things like that. But I suppose that's been the interesting thing with the Lego Mario, is particularly been on a couple of streams. I think it was London Bridge Bricks last night, and a number of the people on there, they've got the new Nintendo Lego products and things like that, and think it's great. And they're not even fully aware of some of the characters' names outside of Mario. Like, who's the lady character? What's the big dinosaur lizardy thing? So, which is cool. They've managed to hit that Nintendo juice there, leverage the IP, and people are just fully into it. Oh, Mr. Hinkle. Bowser's Castle. I'll have to make a note of that one. That's a good one. We got Bowser's Castle. That was Kevin. So I guess the question, Kevin, is: have you introduced your son yet to Earthbound, or is it just a bit early for that? For anyone who doesn't know, Earthbound was a Super Nintendo game, one of those hidden gems. I've heard lots about it. I've never actually played it myself, which I suppose one day if I get time, I should play it. Oh, Castle Grayskull. That's another cool one. I'll just make a note of that. There's a sloth, and I was looking at Brick Sloth one. So you got a sloth in a knight outfit in the castle. So nothing too specific. That was Brick Sloth. Not yet. We played Super Mario World, Yoshi Island, Donkey Kong Country 1 to 3, and just started Mario RPG. Next up will be Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. I suppose, yeah. Does your son understand your love for Zelda, or is that where you're trying to get to, or is he just sort of wondering what this Zelda thing is that you keep going on about? Let's go something a bit thicker. Just wondering what's the... Okay, let's get into this. Let's give it a bit of time there. Is anybody able to hear that ambient music background, or is that just not being picked up? Or is it too subtle? Okay, Yellow Castle is. Let's keep this going. Let's pick up the pace a bit. He watches sometimes, plays himself other times. He likes to battle the weaker opponents. For me, in Mario RPG, he likes Links, but actually never calls it Zelda. He says the Link game. Yeah, it's always cool when the kids, they have their own names and things, ways that they recognize it. Because I think much the same with the Mario stuff, and until I really told them that the main villain was Bowser, they call him the lizard or the dinosaur or something. It's funny because we were playing Super Mario Brothers, like the Super Mario Brothers 1 on the classic. And there's just this expectation, okay, Daddy, just go through and beat it. We just want to watch you beat it. It's like, it's actually a really hard game, particularly coming at it years and years later on. Cool, thanks for that, Kevin. Well, you can hear the music. I actually went and just got that off the YouTube royalty-free ones. This is interesting. A couple of weeks ago, I was doing a live stream, and somebody pulled up one of their friends' largest bat cave in the world, 75,000 pieces. It's done by an Australian show, and I showed, I think, about 30 seconds of the video, which it was, because you're streaming, it's just doing that whole chug sort of thing. So I killed it after that. And then a day later, I get a copyright notification on that little bit of clip in the stream. And that's a first for me. I think it must have just been a bot. It tries to pretend that it's something else other than a bot. So I'm denied for a couple of days on what exactly to do about it. Because it was just so, for me, it was well and truly within fair use. In terms of reviewing and commenting, it's exactly what we're doing. But then YouTube also have tools where you can just cut out the offending 40 seconds, what it turned out to be. I thought, you know what, I'm actually going to contest it and appeal it. And the funniest thing is the exact same video was uploaded by Beyond the Brick, which I'm sure they got permission and everything. So I just thought it was amusing that as a nothing sort of YouTuber getting pinged for that. So I went through, and basically you get the opportunity to put forward why you think it's fair use or anything like that. So I did that, sent it off to the YouTube gods, and 3 or 4 days later I got the copyright thing released. So they'd obviously gone back and seen it. But long story short, being much more careful. I just don't want to be dealing with that sort of stuff. Hence the music is just something out of the free YouTube library. Like I get it in terms of you know, being an artist and things and having your work ripped off and everything like that. But then the flip side of it, when it's genuine, that it is only being done as under fair use, then, you know, pointing that out and going, hey, wait a minute, I actually think this is a valid usage. Flying solo today without a stream partner. Yeah, I am actually. It was something which, again, watching some of your streams and that, it almost feels like it's almost like it needs to be that rite of passage to actually have gone through and done it without somebody else. Just want to see what it's like, and I know it's a bit more on the stressful side of things, but also too, I've been finding with the last couple of streams I've been doing, they tend to head out towards 4 hours or so, which, yeah, that can be a bit of a commitment to ask somebody else just to host. So I'm a bit conscious of that too. And particularly, I mean, that's, as we're going along, as we're starting to get into hours 3 and 4, numbers actually start picking up. So I'm less inclined to want to stop it there. So we'll see how it goes. And I mean, as I did in the introduction at the start, you could be witness to a train wreck. Maybe I should be asking you, Kevin, what are some tips for flying solo? Well, I'm sure probably your first tip, get somebody so you don't. Brett's builds, Joker describes me best. Cool. I'm hoping that's from the way of everything, finding things amusing, and not the homicidal tendencies. So go through here. How are we getting on? Yeah, I didn't have anyone join me on the stream until like 20 episodes in. Yeah, I must admit, Kevin, I did go back and watch your first one. At least started watching it, because I think I was on a stream with you, one of your other draw ones, and you're commenting on something, and you'd gone back and watched your first one, how cringeworthy it was. Because, as with anything, you get something started and you make a lot of mistakes and then learn from it. Music helps, fills in the silence, and keep talking. At least I've got the music part of it. The silence, on the other hand, yeah, try to keep that taking over. I'm probably sure, as you find, the more that you're talking, sometimes the less you're focusing on the drawing, and particularly when you're trying to nail some perspective and angles, you're just like, oh, I just want to try to get that right. Focus. And of course, I know your one of your favorite questions, Kevin, was why don't they bring back classic castle? Now, if you want to know the answer to that, I did a very long interview with Kevin over 2 parts. It's on one of my playlists. I think it's actually the second part with the full answer and everything in there. So anybody wanting to know the answer to that, go have a look at that, or anybody at a later date. It's all there. So I think we're starting to get most of that structure in. So I know these are starting to drift a little bit in terms of length, like the individual sketches. I mean, maybe I should put that out to the audience. Would you prefer to see a longer sketch, which is a bit better, or would you prefer to see lots more quicker sketches? So I'm never quite sure. I think for me it comes down to what I'm feeling like. If the sketch is working and I want to keep noodling it, then yeah, maybe keep noodling it. But then other times the sketch isn't working, quick, run away to the next one, start again. Brett's builds, no, don't bring it back. It makes my vintage stuff cringe. LOL. A longer sketch buddy shows your skills more. No, that's true. No, appreciate that. Kevin, or Mr. Hinkle Draws, I've thought about the same concept, trying a stream that's longer run and more polished, but never enough time, so I've not added that to my schedule. Yeah, I'm certainly thinking once we get into the colder months in the northern hemisphere and away from school holidays and everything, there's a couple of, want to start out, there's 1 or 2 Lego oil painting character thingies I'd love to get done, which, I don't know, I've been thinking about whether or not I stream some of those, because those will definitely be like watching paint dry. Whether or not people are going to be interested in it, I don't know. And that's partially why I'm also trying this out a little bit by myself, just to sort of see if it works, because those ones would definitely be not hosted and probably a lot more music. I don't know. I think you just try things out and see what works, what doesn't work. Kevin, but I'm planning to try some tutorial style videos. Yeah, definitely. I think I've been prodding you for that for a while now. So yes, do some more of those. Your Beyond the Brick ones that you did of those 12 characters, Lego characters. They were awesome. Love the commentary on that. If anybody hasn't seen those, go check them out. They were brilliant. So Brickish, g'day Brickish, good to see you along. Matthew builds bricks, that's good. Excellent, appreciate that. I think I'm just going to do a few more bits and pieces and then I might call this one done. Sort of the first one, kind of happy where it's at. And I know with some of these, I'll start getting carried away a few minutes. Could noodle the details for quite some time. That's why I think sometimes I like the oil paintings, because you can really bring them up to a nice polish and finish. There's always little things that you're just seeing there. I could keep playing with that one, but I think I'll just call that a day there. So that was the yellow castle as suggested by Matthew Builds Bricks. Cool, hope you like that one. Move on to the next one. Don't forget the string on the drawbridge. Now that you pointed that out, I'm for sure that everybody else will forever see that lack of string. So I better put that in. And I'm sure you know that feeling, Kevin. Other people can look at something and go, "Oh, that's wonderful," and the only thing you see are all the mistakes. So, castle with string. Excellent. Hey, Brickish, if you haven't seen it already, today's theme is castles and medieval. So if you've got any suggestions for that, I'd love to hear them. Just did the yellow castle. Have a look at the next one. Let's see what we got up. Mr. Solo Brick Builder, thanks for stopping by. Yo, yo, yo. Topic, castles medieval. So if you have that suggestion, I really do want to get to Kevin's Bowser's Castle, but I feel like I need a bit more of a warm-up. So I might jump back to a teaser's life suggestion, which is Dublin Castle. So just having a look at a bit of reference because I don't know the castle. Oh, wow. This looks cool. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it looks like it's got a mixture of styles. Wow. I'm going to share the screen on this one. This is cool. People don't know what this one is. So looking at Dublin Castle, let's just see if I can get rid of. How can I do it like this? No, I want the other one. Where is it? That one. That's the button there. So let's see if we can get a decent image. Atiz, if you're around there, if you can just confirm that this is Dublin Castle. And Solo, you've come up with Warwick Castle. Okay, note that one down. Warwick Castle. So you got the round bit there, looks like, and then the Gothic sort of style there, and that's looking more. I almost want to say Georgian or 1800s. What's something there? What else have we got? I mean, that just looks. I don't want to say castle by committee, but it's like you got the round rotunda, which I associate more with, I guess, the ancient Romans, because you got just in Rome, next to the Vatican or a bit away, you've got the Castel de Michael, I think it is, which is very similar to that, but just much more massive. And then you got Gothic, and then this looks like it's 18th century, 19th century Georgian or something like that. Maybe a blue painted thing here. Brett builds Hogwarts. I'll note that one down. I thought when doing this one, I mentioned castles, and so like, I guess I'm just thinking of, these sorts of castles, like castles which are built. But you guys are coming up with some awesome suggestions. There's some really fun stuff I can see getting to here. Here's another one of Dublin Castle. Castles by Royal Court. Kevin, is that just sort of like a way of saying castles by committee in a more formal sort of way? I know you can be quite good with phrasing of things to be a lot more polished. So, yep, this definitely looks like it's Dublin Castle. So now, just need to come along and try to pick an angle. What do we got? And that's kind of interesting with a really forced perspective on it. Might Might give that a shot and see how we go with that one. So we are doing, let's just see now if I can find T's original one. We can see her comment about K-pop, which not hugely surprised by that. Me. Kevin, I don't know how you do this, how you manage to keep track of people's suggestions and being able to pull them up later on. So I have to keep on typing it out and then pinning myself. Brett's Bill's right by my back door, Dover Castle. Yeah, I've been there a couple of times. The caves and the World War II stuff that they've got there is really cool. Really like that. And that used to be part of one of our, because we were with Barclays Bank and they do something with, is it Royal Heritage? Can't remember which one it was. You basically got free entry, but we've noticed since post-lockdown, what do we got here? So I'll change this over. The battery's dying in that. Post-lockdown, that free entry seems to have disappeared, which I guess given the circumstances, and Brett's Bills, I've never been to a real life castle as an adult. Well, if you're down near Dover and things like that, as I've been doing the castles over the last month, I would highly recommend. Now is actually an excellent time to actually go and see some of them, because there's not a great deal of people in, so you basically get the place to yourself, and that is just amazing. Certainly the times that we've been in summer before, where it's wall-to-wall people and you're in long queues for hours on end with little kids, it's not fun. I mean, we went to the Tower of London last weekend, which we've been to in years past in summer, and by about 12 o'clock, if you're trying to see the crown jewels, 2-hour wait. That's the queue. Last weekend when we saw it, we could just wander into the crown jewels, wander off somewhere else, then come back, wander back in, see them. So yeah. Okay. So Dublin Castle. Let's stop with a little bit of the yakking and start with some of the drawing. Okay. So here we go. Quickly. There's something out here. So Dublin Castle. Tease, you got any? See you back in the comment there, which is great. Any particular reason why you like this? Is this something, obviously probably something local to you? Is it one that you really like? Visit a lot of times? Like the architecture? What's the, is there any particular appeal that you've got to it? That roof line looks a little bit wonky. I don't know, it's because the buttresses are coming up a little bit higher. So let's just try to get this one done. Got the other one there, and whatever this, quit calling it 19th century. It's what it feels like. Who knows? Let's try this as a bit of a a straight up and down line without too much underdrawing, which that could turn out to be a horrible idea. But we'll see. So, what has everybody been up to today? At least for us in the UK, been a nice weather change which has come through, at least in London and the southeast, after a number of days of being really, really humid and hot. It's the humidity which always does it to you. Because even when you get into a cool space, you still feel icky and what have you. I went shopping. Excellent. This is relaxing. Good to hear. Shopping for Lego or shopping for K-pop or something else? I'm just listening and playing Fall Guys. Cool. Lorraine Fox, great to see you in. We have been shopping with my mum. Cool. Humidity kills us asthmatics. Oh, okay. Didn't realize that. Is that Brett Spills, you're saying with the asthmatics? Is that just because obviously there's a bit more of a higher water content in the air, so as you're inhaling that just gives you grief with your lungs? Or am I just making that up? Didn't realize that. Let's see now. Brett Spills, hang around, did you spend all Sayakun's money? LOL. You should stream it to tease his life. Tweety boy, wow, you responded to my comment. Okay. Tweety boy, welcome along to the stream. I think that's the first time there. If there was another comment previously, the way that it loads it up into this, it comes up in whole batches, so I may miss things, but I try the best I can. And Red Spills, it makes me out of breath. Okay, then. And then Brickish, you don't have to do it. Okay, cool. So I'll just keep chugging along with this. So we're doing Dublin Castle, which looks like it's got some really cool architecture. It's like some Gothic mixed with some Roman. And then also when you have anything of size, you can tell you got a little tiny door. What's that? I'll pull that off there. So obviously we had a couple weeks ago a whole bunch of new Lego sets released. What have people been into and getting? Is it a lot of the Mario stuff? I've seen a lot of people with the NES build. Apologies to any of my American friends out there. I know you guys are having all sorts of issues with stock, but it does look like some of that is now starting to float through. You're starting to get some of it. And it seems like September might be shaping up to be another big release of stuff. Like you got the Diagon Alley. I saw something a couple hours ago just on Lego, I think it was lego.com. It wasn't actually, it was more just a promo about Diagon Alley is actually coming more than actually any sort of new photo reveals or anything. And there's been, I think, murmurings of, is it the Colosseum? I mean, from what I've seen, it's like 9,000 pieces. Should be mental. I mean, at face value, when you say the Colosseum, it's like, oh, that'd be really, really cool. But then you think about what it is. It's a circular building with 3-tiered levels, all with arches. I can see that being an incredibly repetitive build. G'day, Bricketeer. Great to see you along. Thanks for joining us. This evening, the theme is castles and medieval. So if you've got any suggestions, by all means, put them in the chat. At the moment, we're currently doing Dublin Castle, which I'd never seen before. It looks really cool. And that's the other thing I like about this stream is people come up, you get to, people challenge you with things you otherwise wouldn't, in this case, even know about, or likely to draw, and it's always just good to see things and get a bit of practice. Rickish, I've got the Mario Story set, but haven't opened it yet. Ooh, how have you managed to do that? Is that literally something you've got today, or is that something where you've got a special occasion, birthday or something's coming up, and I'm going to wait till then? Or you just purely haven't had time, that you're comfortable and safe in the knowledge that there's one there sitting waiting for when you do get a moment to get into it. Okay. You need to... Sai told me he has too much Mario. You need to help him spend his money. Hi, at the Bricketeer. I want to see what Mos Eisley is going to look like. Yeah, that's the other one, which seems to be all but confirmed. So, which will be really interesting, because if that does come out sort of like September, and the States are still playing catch up on some of those Star Wars ones. Family Bricks, Lorraine has suggested, what is that? Malahide Castle. Sorry if I pronounced that right. I've just note that down. Malahide Castle. Okay, it's a good one. And then Family Bricks, Brett's Bills, I'll send you a medieval pic, but I have to send it via Instabud, as it's a real picture I have. Yeah, that's cool. I'll pick that up once I get through this one. And then Brickish, I've had it about a week, just haven't had time. I wanted to get it to see what it was all about. Yep, sent it. Just having a look there. Brett, you seemed done on Insta. Just quickly, hopefully that doesn't kill that there. Brett's seen that there, Knights of the Round Table. Okay, cool. Hopefully that's not one of those pictures which has a one-time only use. I think you'll like the pic. Yeah, no, it's cool. It's always interesting. Excuse me. When I was at Leeds Castle, was it yesterday? They had a whole bunch of coat of arms, and the coat of arms that they actually had on the wall, there's like 5 of them in the main walkway, and it was to actually symbolize the people associated with the castle had actually died, which was interesting because I didn't realize they had coat of arms for that purpose. I always thought coat of arms, and pardon my ignorance, maybe it's common knowledge, I always thought coat of arms was more just like family crests in terms of that sort of functionality. But that would be my ignorance as an Australian, who we don't really understand or have much of that sort of history. So just have a look at a couple of these little spiders here. Run all the way through. I always find it amazing, particularly with some of the things like the Colosseum, and there's that in Rome right next to it. I can't remember. It's like the gardens. I want to say it's the Forum. I think it's something else. Anyhow, they've got massive, gigantic domes that was built in ancient times. And I think it wasn't until the invention of Portland cement in like the 1840s in the States that they more or less figured out or had a building material which would actually enable you to do it. So it's like, you know, building knowledge which has been lost for 2,000 years or whatever. It's just kind of crazy and ridiculous when you think about it in those terms. Then we've got Sai. I'd like you to draw Salan. I'm pronouncing that wrong. Castle. Sorry for the butchering. So that was Sai. And Maldehyde. Was that? I think that was Lorraine. I could be wrong. No, that was Lorraine. So I've got that noted down. Lorraine. Bricked here. I'm currently showing together the Speed Champions Camaro. Does anyone want more stickers? If you want to talk Speed Champions and stickers and see a grown man cry, go and have a chat to Solo Brick Builder. I think he did a couple weeks ago. It was like a Speed Champions one a day for about a week. And yeah, for anyone who Speed Champions, cars, lots and lots of stickers. And I know stickers are not exactly his best friend. Press builds, Brigadier stickers kill most sets. Interesting. I'm not sure where I sit with stickers, to be honest. It's never been something that's really bothered me too much. I know some people like gotta get the stickers on, gotta be exactly right, 100% spot on polished. Yeah, we're getting there with this one. Solo, too many stickers. I don't recommend it. Maybe that could be a monthly challenge for you, Solo. One Speed Champion a day for the whole of the month. Yeah. Like for artists, you do Inktober, so you do like an ink drawing a day. So maybe your October should be like Stickertober or something. 32 in total. Brigadier. Brett's builds. I left over half of the new Hidden Side Castle. I'm assuming that's probably stickers. Yep. The music is so relaxing. Cool. That's good. Solo. Hell no, it was torture. And Lorraine. I swear you guys are just throwing all these Irish names at me just to laugh at how terrible my pronunciation is. Is that Clontarf Castle, Lorraine? Another castle in Dublin. How many castles are there in Dublin? I suppose, you know, London's got quite a number. Stickertober sounds awesome, Solo. I'll tell you what, Solo, if you do end up doing that, I'll do the graphic for you. Maybe would just be a grown man with stickers all over him crying or something. But yeah, there's a I saw it years and years ago in somewhere in Ireland. I think it's the rock formation for the Irish people. You probably know what I'm talking about. Is it like Devil's Gate or Devil's Mouth or something? And I'm just trying to remember. It looked like all the rocks were these round, almost cylindrical type columns or something. It looks like a beachhead or something. I'm probably not even drawing it right. You guys know what I'm talking about, or no? Is that near Dublin, or my geography is terrible? So, always wanted to go there and check that out. That it just looks so weird, like nothing else I've ever seen like that before. Lorraine, loads of castles. Solo. I think Sleeptober is a better idea. Yeah. Does your little one get good sleep, Solo, or I suppose it sounds like you're always out on the road pretty early anyhow. So I know with ours, they're up early in the morning, and having the two of them, as soon as one wakes up, they wake the other up. So that's funny because we talk with kids, the parents of the other kids to us, and they're like, "Oh no, they sleep until like whatever time." It's like, oh yeah, we could only dream of that. Or if they do sleep in late like that, it's that they're actually sick or something's not quite right. But I like the idea of Sleeptober. Giant's Causeway, Brigadier. Yeah, I think that's what it's called, that rock formation. If it is, can someone confirm that? Some of the Irish friends? And again, being ignorant of geography, is that near, how far is that from Dublin? So kind of Giant's Causeway, cool. Solo, she wakes up really, really early. Too early sometimes. Sometimes she's awake before I go to work. Is she good at the other end of the day? I'm going to imagine not, because there's been quite a number of streams when she's still up. So I guess it's a bit of a different story if she's up early and goes to bed early. Unfortunately, ours, if they go to bed late, they're still getting up early, which is not always the best. Particularly today when they had a class they need to go along to, and they're sitting there with the teacher yawning their head off. And then they don't quite understand days properly, so they're like, "Oh yeah, no, we're staying up to really, really late. They actually went to bed early, but the night before they went to bed late." So teachers is cutting you a look like, "What are you doing? Bring them to my class tired like this? How dare you waste my time?" No, she's an absolute pain in that for us go to bed at night. Yeah, some bizarre reason she hates going to bed. I can't work it out. She's mental. It's about 2 hours or so from Dublin. Okay. Yeah, because once they I think we were tentatively planning to go to Ireland sometime this year or possibly next year, and then lockdown happened, so that all went out the window pretty quick. because never been there, and I do like to travel, see new places, all that sort of good stuff. So I'm hoping I'm kind of getting there with this this castle. It looks pretty cool, I must admit. Lorraine Hoth Castle, that's an amazing one. Tell you what, after this, I'm going to have a list of castles to go and have a look at. Is Hoth Castle, is that also to one in Dublin? And is there, it sounds like there's a lot of castles in Dublin. Is that sort of a historical thing because the English and the Irish didn't really get on, so there was having to make fortifications, or is it just the way history has turned out? There's always been a couple of these elaborate castles as like summer holiday homes, or is there any sort of common thread between them all? Okay, I think we're starting to get there with that. I think we need Vader's castle. I'm guessing that's meant to be Vader solo. Let's put some Star Wars in the stream. So we've got Solo has suggested Warwick Castle or Vader's Castle. Maybe later on we'll put that to a vote. What do people want to see more of? The mob will need to decide. That sounds like it's got a really negative connotation to it. I've got some of these spires. Spikes there. A few little window details here. Bit off. Oh, it's also got some of these other windows here. Looks like it's up against some of the flying buttresses. It's interesting because the obviously before they had the fire, you had Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, and they had a lot of the side supports, which are called flying buttresses, which it almost looks like this castle's also got, but because of the way that it comes in, it almost looks like it's built into the wall. So it'd be really interesting to see what's just inside those walls, to see if there's like a quarter arch shaped piece or something, because naturally you've got and this is engineering coming into it, the weight of the roof pushing down, which then tries to push the walls out, so you have like an arch piece, because it's the most efficient way of carrying the weight of the roof down to the floor when you don't have huge widths this way, but huge widths relative to the height, because I would imagine, you can see a person in here is probably going to be about this big down there. Lorraine Fox, yes, it's Hoth, you got it right. Different sections of Dublin have a castle. Okay. So if each different section has a castle, is that, I guess, because once upon a time, was it sort of like small families with their own little farms, and they need to have the strategic little houses and things, or the whole fiefdom and things like that? It's going to be really curious now, actually. better just quickly keep moving along with this one, finish it off, and then move on. I'll just quickly do these planters. Look like they've got an interesting pop of colour. Maybe just this other brick wall back here. What I'm calling 19th century. Just reminds me of a little bit, a bit more restrained. Some of the Russian architecture. Usually it's a lot more flowery with Baroque or something on the edge of it. That's completely getting sidetracked. Brigadier, my 3-year-old's going to sleep through sleep regression at the moment, up till 3 a.m. most nights working on the studio. Sorry, Connor, Ireland is full of castles in Ireland, but we built some to defend from other clans or to defend against the Vikings, English, Dutch. Basically anybody who had a sailing boat and come and give you grief, I guess. Won't go to Britsfield Jr. won't go to bed unless I show him the Lego train room in City. That's cool. Sounds like he's got it worked out. Now, Daddy, I'm not going to bed until I see a train go around the loop 4 times. Although if he's young enough, you can get him to count, right? I vote Vader's castle. The English involved. No, I don't believe you. Then the English invaded and built castles to defend against the native Irish, the Spanish, and other English who wanted the English crown. Yeah, that would sound about right. Thankfully, it's nice and quiet now. Yeah, I would imagine from, again, growing up in Australia, you'd always hear about the bombing attacks and everything like that, so you're aware of it. But I would imagine that was quite a scary time there for quite some time. So I guess, yeah, now be really appreciating it, I think, on both sides. And solo bloody autocorrect is supposed to say invaded. I think we'll just do this just to graphically pop it forward a little bit. Sort of a bang for buck sort of thing. Get a nice outline quickly. Let's see. I think a couple more details and I might call this one done. It's just looking a little too clean for. Not clean as in, what's the best way to describe it? Not clean as in not dirty, but just not clean as in detail lacking. It just needs a few little noodles, I think. Just a few little suggestions, a bit of brickwork or something. Because there's, yeah, that's what I think it really needed. Since you got a mountain of masonry work in these buildings. Now, if Kevin, if you're still there, I think I'll do Bowser's Castle next. Is there a particular version from any one of the games? Is it a N64? Is it one of the original 80s ones? Something from Super Mario Bros. 3, Super Mario World? It's going back here, automatic correct. So I should really proofread before I send it. I think you might have the same thing I do solo. It's sort of like I'll just quickly send something and then you read it back and go, now I need to do the all the editing and correcting. You like my eyes? Gee, thanks. Just bought them. LOL. Yeah, stupid autograph. Automatic. Is that all the different ways of saying autocorrect, auto something? I'll get Automan in there. Now, if anyone gets that reference. This is life. L laughing. No, as long as it's a giant stone sculpture of his face, his presence, that all that matters. Okay. Didn't Hugh Hefner live in a castle? Well, obviously he had the Playboy Mansion. What he had before and after, I'm not 100% sure. And saying everyone there. Okay. I think, yeah, I need to push on a little bit here. Say that as I keep drawing some more stuff. All right, I think let's make a note of that one. That was Dublin Castle. Okay, let's see if we can get them in there. Dublin Castle for a tease. Let's pop in, pop that out. Something like that. Never seen it before. Looks cool. Alrighty then. So we got that one and that one. Move along to the next one. And I'll just keep a note of that. Giant's Causeway. Okay, so the next one was Bowser Castle for was Mr. Kevin, no, Mr. Hinkle. Sai, Dublin Castle looks awesome, Matt. Thanks for that, Sai. I appreciate that. Good work reminds me of studies outside our art school drawing the buildings. Yeah, I remember briefly went to an art school and we did some studies of a local church and things. Still remember that day. So I spent so much time trying to get the perspective and everything right. Whereas now, I know going back and doing something like that, like my approach to it would be totally different. Nice work, Matt. Thanks, Solo. And a tease. Thank you, Family Bricks. Thanking you. Okay, let's get on to Bowser's Castle. As long as it's got a sculpture there. Oh, you're going to be spoiled for choice on this one. What am I feeling like? The Rain Fox. That looks awesome. Thank you. And Bricks is here. Yes, Bowser Castle. Ooh, that looks interesting. I can see getting lost in the details of that one. Just having a bit of a look-see. I mean, it is a Hinkle request, so we don't want to mess one of these up. Pressure's on. Okay, let's give this one a try. Cue Bowser's theme and yep, I'm thinking after dealing with some copyright stuff already this week, I want to stay away from that. Just have an easy peaceful week. Although it is nice with the copyright stuff to then have somebody, the original claimant on the copyright, go, you know what, you might actually be okay with this, and release it. That was a nice feeling getting that email. Solo, be right back. Got to finish recording my video. Yep, excellent. Brigadier White Castle. Is that a White Castle? What is that from or reference to? Sorry, I've missed part of it. For anyone who streams like using StreamYard, when it comes in, like it's like it's only auto refreshing the chat every so often, so they all come in as a bulk lot. White Castle burger chain in the US. Okay, cool. I think it's went to the US. Was it last year? I want to say last year, but that was just like New York more than anything. So I go do all the tourist attractions. In the 90s, I was in Canada, so watching a bit of Canadian TV, you'd pick up a lot of the American chains and things like that. But I think it may have even been on Kevin's stream a couple of weeks back, talking about some burger joints, and some of them being like the franchises being sort of like local to Texas or an area or something like that, and then some being a little bit more like 3 or 4 states, and then obviously the bigger ones being across the whole of the country. So okay, Basil's Castle. Let's crack on. And up there. Burger joint in the US. I threw it in the chat a while back. I seconded it. Oh, okay. So that's so we had White Castle. Was there a Castle Grayskull? I want to say yes, but I never wrote it down. Okay, let's. Bouncy Castle. That's great. Just because I've been thinking about bouncy castles lately. Kids have their birthdays coming up very soon, so I've been looking at all sorts of things like, it's just a new challenge. How do you do a socially distanced birthday party? You still want to have some normality in kids' lives and things like that, but then it's like other parents, some are extremely cautious when it comes to social distancing and things like that, and then which is, it's cool, they're right, respect that. And then others, probably ourselves, so we sit a little bit more on the other end. It's like, our kids go to school with a lot of healthcare worker parents and things like that, and so they did go back to school for a little bit. So if they were ever going to get it, or if any parents were going to have it, probably at the epicenter of it. So yeah, anyhow, tangent, off track. So yeah, bouncy castles, kids' birthday parties, because you still want the kids to, have as much as what they can, some sort of normality in things. For us, being a bit older, we know how different this is, and it's a one-off sort of thing. When you say it's the first one since the 1800 years, you understand it. For a little kid, though, who's in primary school, they don't know any different. Brett's builds, I did Castle Grayskull and Hope Castle 2. Yep. Well done, Brett. The American Dream, Lorraine. Family Bricks, we might be on a second lockdown here. Elephant and Castle, LOL. Yeah, talking to some Australian family and things like that. I mean, it's just a different world. I don't know what it's like in Dublin and things like that. But I think Australia, they're talking about they had 93 confirmed cases, whereas the UK, that's the number of deaths you might get in 8 or 9 hours. So it's just, yeah, completely different world. And yeah. And Kevin's probably looking at this going, what is that? That is not the Bowser Castle I asked for. Let's see if we can just hit some of that there. Witness signal lockdown. Sigh, will anyone get that? Sorry, Connor, that's a good one. South Circular only, though. Sigh is referring to his Elephant and Castle, which, from mine, that's like a suburb in the south of London. It's actually called Elephant and Castle, so for any Americans, yep, that is actually the name of the suburb, Elephant and Castle. Do you think is Elephant and Castle, is that another restaurant chain in the States? Something. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it's not. It's probably a pub too. Yeah, just about everything's a pub. Although I have noticed a lot of the pubs in the UK, it's all that, the Crown or the Rose and Thorn or the number of bells. So it's like the 4 bells, the 5 bells, 6 bells, 2 bells, 1 bell. Lorraine Fox, we had 200 today. The cases were on Sky News. Crazy. There are parts of Ireland already locked down for the past week. Dublin will be next. Yeah. And British Castle, the TV series. I do remember that one. That was with the. Oh, which castle? Are we talking about the castle where you had? It was sort of like I want to say a buddy cop type one where you had like a writer who was then assigned to like a police department so they could get source material for the one there. Or is there like the castle based upon the film called The Castle? Oh, yeah. This is getting really confusing. And I'm sure Kevin is sitting back there and laughing at it. I guess part of the in-joke is picking these titles and how people interpret them. And I think one of the first theme ones that Kevin did was robots. And the chat got quite, let's say, lively on defining what a robot was, in terms of like, androids and feelings and flesh and all sorts of things. So let's just come in here. I'm doing Bowser's Castle. I need to get a bit of a crack on with this. Brigadier Nathan Fallion as the novelist. Yeah, that sounds like Count Duckula's Castle. Mr. Hinkle draws. This is the perfect debate of the castle theme. Is that what you come along for? It's sort of like you get all the grief in your stream, and it's like I want to see somebody else have that same level of grief. You can sit back and just fan the flames. Which is why I quickly, whenever I did set up my streams, it's sort of like it can be however you interpret the subject to be. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, so going through, so there's Bowser's Castle. This looks like a pretty elaborate one. I must admit, I haven't played a lot of the recent Mario games. Mainly as a time thing. I'd love to play that. What's the new one, the travel one with Mario? Is it? It's not Odyssey, is it? The one with Cappy. Just trying to remember. Is it called Mario Odyssey? The one for Switch. The Bricketeer. Mr. Hinkle draws watching your castle burn. Mr. Hinkle, actually, my favorite was watching Brickhead, Family, and Buttchop compete by building little mocks quickly on chat requests. They had a tough time with it. Yeah, that would be. That would be an interesting one, actually. Yeah, quickly do a mock from the chat suggestion. I'll tell you what, if somebody's up for that, I'll host it. I guess the closest we kind of get to something like that is recently with our London AFOL's monthly meet, being that they're all virtual and most people are doing it from their houses with their own Lego. Usually we have a theme and just building whatever the theme is. So it is kind of like mock sort of thing. So the recent one was Miniland figures. So basically you'd have to go through and build your own Miniland figure that would be, you know, the height and the scale's like 10 bricks high to go in at Miniland. And some of the stuff people come out with, oh my god. It's just amazing. Mr. Hinkledraws, I said, so you're saying it's hard to create things on chat requests quickly on stream? They gave me props after that comment. Yeah. You mean like your draw stream, Kevin? Or something like this one? The truth be known, I have been looking for a couple other sort of doodle streams, or you know, it's just something like that, or like what we sort of do, just to sort of see how other people are approaching it and doing it and things like that. And there's not too many that come up. There was one which I found, which I think is animator versus illustrator, and I mean these are guys who are professional animators and things like that for Disney. And it's like, here, draw this with no reference. And it's very specific. Like, it's here, draw Simba from The Lion King, no reference, go. That would be really hard. Like if you don't know the characters, and I suppose being Disney animators and things like that, at least they kind of know the house style, so they can kind of be winging it. But that may that may be another train wreck stream at some stage. It's like drawing without reference. I mean, I think I've got enough. I can wing things, but when you get into specific characters, particularly if it's a Disney house style, something that might be really hard. Brett's builds Bolinotor Castle. The one above is abandoned. Okay. Sean Studios, can you draw Lily from Next Step? Is that related to a castle? A tattoo stream. That tattoo stream. That could be an interesting one. Are you talking like the? Because I know the classic sort of tattoo type ones. You know, your dice and your sort of knives and things like that. Although I've got a number of friends who are actually tattoo artists, and they actually do a lot of, funnily enough, comic stuff. So people come along to him with like Jim Lee X-Men and things like that, and basically, you know, because obviously he's done some wonderful stuff on Hush and all that sort of thing. You just do this on that, so and it's becoming really. I wouldn't say it's the original tattoo sort of stuff, but it can be quite wide these days. I think even Kevin, he put me onto some like watercolor effect type ones that people do, which look kind of cool. It's not drawing, but I highly recommend watching Bricknick's host a view build request stream on Twitch. It's usually once a week thing. Bricknick. Is it Bricknick or Brick in Nick? Because there's a. Because I thought there's one which a name very similar to that, and he's got I think he's got 10,000 votes on something. I was thinking, who did the recent Cybertruck one in the Lego ideas? Is that him? Was it some? Am I confusing two different people? Brickgy, I spent more time applying stickers than actually building this camera. Is it camera or Chimera? Sean, it has to be a castle. Yeah. The theme is castles are medieval. Okay, back to Kevin's. Kevin, how much washing do you have to fold up? Because this could be a while. I need to get faster. Just put another load on of washing. I'm sure your wife will love you for it. Okay. Brett's build is Cybertruck. Brick and lime green spacey 1x1 brick logo. Same guy who did the Cybertruck. Okay, so it is that guy then. Okay, then cool. Because I remember then. Because it'll be interesting to see what happens with that Cybertruck. So I wonder. This is probably good if Kevin you on the stream, but I couldn't imagine that it's the first time that a Tesla vehicle has made it all the way through the Lego Ideas process. Maybe it is. So I'd just be curious to know what Elon Musk's reaction to something like that would be. Because let's face it, the way that he did the Cybertruck launch, marketing personified. He spent nothing, and he managed to get people to place £100 order for their Cybertruck in a sort of non-committal sort of way. So you pay your £100, but later on, if you decided that you didn't want it. So within that launch, which he only had to put it on, invite a few people along. What was it? Within a day, he'd raised $1 billion in pre-orders by asking people $100 each. Genius. Like, so anyhow, digressing. The point being is, I wonder what he would think of a partnership with Lego. Because obviously, if they've got the Cybertruck through, they'd be talking to him. Whether he looks at that and goes, you know what? Yeah, this is commercialism, which it doesn't align with what I'm trying to do. Or maybe he looks at it and goes, you know what? If I can get another product out there in the meantime of my vehicle, which is more free advertising for it, then yep, I'll go for it. I don't know. Be an interesting one. Cybertruck. Camaro. Yeah, I thought it would be Camaro. Laundry is done, all up. Ah, must go faster. Must go faster. Well, I think you wanted the sculpture heads, so at least they're blocked out. They seem to be some of the trickier parts. The rest of it, I can find kind of, I would say fudge, but that might give the game away. I can be a lot more suggestive in the mark making to create the illusion and effect that I want. The more artistic language flavor. What do we got? So just with people in the chat, if they're obviously you got the Cybertruck has gotten through, if it became a Lego idea set similar to what it is that something people would be interested in, or what would be people's sort of feel on it? What was the other? There's another rumor that I saw that they might be thinking of doing the Ecto 1 as a creator, well, what used to be creator expert. So basically 1989 Batmobile, that sort of style type build, doing the Ecto 1 like that, which that sounded really interesting. Because the 1989 Batmobile, which came out in November, that is definitely up there as one of my favorite builds lately. Although having said that, I haven't built too much lately, but like a lot of other people, and maybe it's just the herd mentality. I've yet to really hear anyone who had the 89 Batmobile and say they didn't like it, or the build was terrible, or whatever. But I do also sometimes wonder too if that is just related to buyer and not having buyer remorse. Like, you don't want to spend that sort of money and then turn around and go, you know what? I actually hated spending that money because it turned out to be terrible. So yeah, of course, it's wonderful. I make wonderful buying decisions, even though I completely hated it. I think the truck is super ugly, but I think it's a great partnership and would sell well. Tons of Tesla fans, high affinity user base with money. Yep, and I'm also guessing too, Kevin, I always credit with you with it, but if you want to get it in another shop, which is not Lego, getting it in one of those Tesla type dealerships or whatever else, or you buy a Tesla car and here's a free Lego set. Like, you could see something of that ilk, shelf space somewhere else. You'd have to say, you know what? Yep, absolutely. And then my impression, which could be completely wrong, the Tesla base customers seem to be a lot like what the old school Macintosh and Apple ones were. Like, they love the brand all over it, champions of the brand. And even for people who, I guess, too, also one of those aspirational type things. Like, I don't know what they're priced in the US. I think they're a little bit more sensible. But here, entry models to Tesla and things like that, they're like 60, 70,000 pounds. Which, when you translate that back to US dollars, is like 70, 80,000 US dollars. So they are not cheap vehicles. Like, when you consider comparable BMWs and things like that, new, decent sized ones of those, and BMWs, German cars, they're actually really quite good. 30,000 pounds. So, maybe 40,000 US dollars. Mr. Hinkle draws bingo, increased marketing share in a new environment. Yeah, that would be how I'd sort of consider that, or be thinking about it. Kind of weird not having played some of the more recent Mario games, because there's lots of cannons and things on this tower, this Bowser's Castle, which I don't really remember, at least in this style. I mean, certainly, now that I think about it, Super Mario Bros. 3, the airships and cannons everywhere, that's the only thing you're dodging in most of those airship levels. That and not falling down to your death. This actually feels like something I maybe want to get done. Go through and really take this, blow it up, and then paint it or something. I think it's got some really nice things going for it. Probably got to find out it's not even legitimate. We still consider anyone who owns a Tesla here as rich. Okay, so yeah, it is a premium car product in the US. So I don't know, I suppose it's because we never really had one and things like that, but a car which updates itself and all that sort of stuff, yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, you have Windows updating itself all the time, and that is not a pleasant experience. You got the phone, your phone, which is updating itself all the time. Again, not a pleasant experience. And the other thing I must admit, they've got a Tesla. It's not Tesla don't have like dealerships in the traditional ways. So around the corner from the Lego store in one of our malls that we go to quite a bit, they've got like the Tesla shop there or whatever, and they've got a couple of the vehicles in there. And I've been in them once or twice just to see what they're like, and they feel like cheap plastic. Like they're just, I don't know, I guess because we get a lot of the BMWs, the Audis, the German cars, those sorts of things, because that's kind of what they're competing against. And I don't know whether it's, I don't know, there's just something about the American muscle cars. I'm probably unfairly putting into that group. They just don't have that, what's the right word for it? For mine, the kind of the final finish and things, it just, compared to BMWs and Audis and some of those things, like those cars, their finishes on the dash and all those sorts of things, they feel solid and they're chunky and nice leather, firm. For some of the Tesla, it's just plastic. Don't know. Am I alone in that sort of thing, or other people have similar sorts of takes on it? Sure, I understand with the Tesla you can go from 0 to 60 miles an hour or whatever in 3 seconds or something. Has its merit, has its places. Should probably pull that down so people can see it a bit more. Okay, let's get a bit of color onto this. I think I want to do this. Start with some of the yellow lava and stuff. Pop those colors out. Mostly red. Let's build self-drive stuff will be the death of us. Robots prove that. Yeah, the self-drive one, it's interesting because I was similar sort of flavor. I think though, what it basically comes down to is a lot of the insurance companies. Self-driving cars, okay, yes, people die, but nowhere near the numbers of people compared with regular drivers. Computers don't get tired, they don't get drunk unless they get a virus, all that sort of stuff. So in relative terms, self-driving cars are actually safer. So self-driving cars, having less accidents, less insurance claims, all that sort of stuff, it's going to be a weird thing, but the argument for them is actually going to come from the insurance industry. Sure, there's still going to be a few kinks that need to be worked out. What else can we get here? Start dropping in a bit of grey or something. Punch that out. Well, that's going to be warm at the end. An interesting one to try to do with all this sort of fiery lighting. Bowser's Castle, volcano, all that sort of good stuff. Can we see that okay, or is that still a little bit too blurry and sketchy? It might be a little bit too sketchy still. I'll have to punch out a few highlights. Brett Bill, if I'm not in control, I don't feel safe, but I ride motorbikes. Sorry, Connor, I'd buy one. Yeah, Brett, it's an interesting one. Certainly, I think with the next generation growing up, and there's a lot of younger people relative to our age, or my age, I'm not sure where you fit in the scheme of things, they generally don't know how to drive, and they're not getting driver's licenses. So it could be the sort of thing where it actually also comes down to necessity. You need self-driving cars because people aren't learning how to drive, which is a weird state to be in. I guess, again, coming from a big country like Australia, at least once you get out of the cities, the distances are so vast that you need a driver's license. Like, if you don't have one, you are really struggling to get around. I guess that's the difference, because when you have, the UK, you can drive the width in about 4 or 5 hours, drive the height, and I don't know, solo would have a much better understanding, but 7-8 hours from top to bottom, maybe a bit more. Australia, you do that, you can drive and go for 12-14 hours and you're still in the same state. I need to start punching that out a bit more. Cool. Can confirm we see. Excellent. So kind of self-drive motorbikes. I never thought of that. Do they have them? I mean, could you have a 2-wheel that is self-driving, or would it have to be a 3-wheel of some description? Brett is, I'm 40 in 3 months, Mr. Elder. Okay, so yeah, you can say about our age then. So Connor, sounds like a death wish already. Totally, Brett. Although sometimes it's not a matter of, I think with driving, I consider it more to be a defensive thing. So if you've got self-driving cars, you've probably got less idiots on the road causing problems. Once you hit a critical mass of that. So yeah, it might oddly be actually safer. Because all the people doing silly things can't do silly things. Because certainly I always feel like driving on the motorways and freeways and things like that around here, you're constantly just looking for all the stupidity that's happening. You know, in your rear view mirror when you're on a 4-line highway and you see somebody skip across 4 lines right behind you. It's like, right, okay, this person's coming up on the other side. Let them go, get them past. I'd rather see an idiot in front of me than wiping me out from behind. So kind of gyroscope stuff in motorbike technology could work. 99% of the time, it's car drivers that kill bikers. Yeah, I'm not a motorcyclist, so I guess you'd have a much better feel for that. Yeah, I very rarely have ever heard of a motorcyclist crashing into a car and the car driver coming off worse, because obviously it's such a smaller mass, less protection. So a self-drive car wouldn't recognize a bike, wouldn't it? That's an interesting one. I mean, I guess, yeah, depending upon if it's a visual thing. I guess the motorcycle is small enough, you'd have to be sensitive enough to pick that up. It raises another interesting thing then. What about a bicycle? Because if it doesn't recognize a motorcycle, how would it recognize another one if car drivers don't? Okay, let's start chunking this one out. I really do want to get that blue. This is the only bad thing with markers. You can't be subtle with them. They're always heavy. So let's see. I'm just getting subtle. Get like a little lightning crack. I suppose it really needs to be defined by a little bit of dark, cloudy sky more than anything. Okay, let's see where that's coming in there. Let's beef up a couple of these lines in here. Brigadier, the castle's epic. Thanks for that. I'm back. I drove to town and got dinner. Excellent. Sounds like you're going to be nice and full with that. Brickish Wow, Bowser's Castle looks really good. Thank you. Appreciate that. And welcome back at Bricksloth. Cool. Yeah, this was a request from Kevin Hinkle. It's kind of been noodling away on it now for a little bit too long, so he was doing it while he was dealing with his washing, so and he well and truly finished with his washing, so I'm not sure if he's even still around now, so hopefully he is. When I say good, I mean amazing. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. It's just all a little bit, I think I've gone too fine on some of the details, which are not really showing up on camera as well. I'm a bit disappointed about. because for some of this, I do not so much change the way that I draw, but I'm a lot more conscious of what will and won't show up on camera. So if I sit here noodling away with a pencil, it look fantastic for me, but you guys might see next to nothing. So, I think yeah, looks good. Might not be fantastic camera-wise though. There's a Canon up there, which I'll put it in. How do I want to finish that? How have they got the eyes? There's a subtle. There's actually a subtle green color in Bowser here. Hoping it doesn't throw this out too much. I might just try to beef up a few more bits and pieces. Sometimes it's doing good. Let's see if we can quickly hit a bit more of the light, and then it might be time to move on. Tops. Okay, I think I might calling that one done. So let's see if we can get a good shot of it. Bowser's Castle. Let me just try lifting that slightly. It's showing up there. Oh, if I can kill. Oh, now it's doing that. That might work out a bit better. There we go. Bowser's Castle. Just done that one there. So if we just do a quick recap of what we've done so far this evening. We had first up traditional Lego castle, classic castle as it might be referred to, and we made sure that we got in the drawbridge string. Then after that we had Dublin Castle, which looks like it's quite an epic building of mixed sort of architectural styles, having known nothing about it. And then what we did then was Bowser's Castle. So got those ones there. Next up on the list, what did we have? So now we've had quite a number of suggestions. It's been taking a little bit of while to get through. And Bricks Livestream. I think Bricks Livestream was the next one, which had a very specific one. So we'll see if we can do this. Kevin comes back. Claps. Okay, good, great. We have a satisfied requester. Is that what we can call it? What would you call it, Kevin? We've been doing it for long enough now. White Castle there as well. Hey, Brick Clicker. Good to see you all. We just had doing the castle thing, and the request that we had from Kevin was Bowser's Castle. So that's focusing. So there we go. And next we are going to move on to Brick Sloth's request, which was A sloth in a knight outfit in the castle. So that's an interesting one. I can't say I've drawn a sloth before. Bricklicker, that looks awesome. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. So we have a sloth in a knight's outfit. So in a castle. Okay. So let's just sort of see how do we want to do this one. I mean, I'm almost thinking for the knight's outfit. What was the... I'm thinking Princess Bride. When you had the knight there. And then he gets... Tis a scratch. Is Princess Bride? It's not... I'm not thinking Monty Python and getting them crossed, am I? Just got back from Asda and got some £9 sets for 99p. Oh wow! What ones were those, Bricklicker? Are they just sort of a mixture, or? Wonder if it's worthwhile trying to. There's an Asda. Asda a little bit away from us. Okay. No, it was Monty Python, I think. With the Tis a Scratch. Okay, so let's see how we're gonna. This is really gonna test out some. I suppose I should put it up as what the next one is. So it is a sloth in a knight's outfit in the castle. It was the little green Technic tractor and the Riddler Batman 4+ set. Oh, okay, yeah, I know the that Technic tractor. That's been going on sale a lot. Riddler 4+ set. I mean, do you, Bricklicker, what do you use it for parts? Do you sort of on-sell them? What do you do with those little tractor ones? I'm just trying to think of if we're going to do the sloth in a castle. The sloths usually hang from trees and things. So, okay, I'm going to do that way. I'll have a bit of fun with this one, see how far we get. So we have a little sloth. Sloth in here. I'll have to try and exaggerate that a bit more. Thinking castle. Let's go for a round. I'm calling it a rotunda. I don't know what they're called. Let's drag that back down the camera a little bit. I want to do the Monty Python night, but I might not have enough to play with. Tis a scratch, tis a scratch. You want to do this one with a little bit more humor, so I like the little Monty Python gag. So I don't know, it might just appeal to my sensibility of humor, which may or may not work and go horribly wrong. We'll see. There, a castle wall or something. Okay, and then a little. Yeah, can you guys see that? Is that coming up? Yeah, it should be hopefully okay. So do the nose. More of a mouth. Try to get the eye set in there. We have faith in Yay, Mr. Elder. This is awesome content right here. Thanks for that, guys. I think worst case scenario, it's like watching a train wreck. Just can't look away. Can't look away. It's working. How does that helmet go? It's a weird one because it's more like just a straight up and down bucket. I might have to cut into it. Let's see how we go. I suppose at least with the UK-based audience, then Monty Python is a well-known quantity. For any of the other people out there who aren't UK-based, is Monty Python sort of something you're aware of, or is it too obscure a British thing? Try to do it there, get that, round that helmet off a little bit maybe. The black tunic with the red bit coming across it for our little sloth. The rest of his body be wrapping around a castle or something. Just put that. Got a bit more space. The red head is meant to be like a dragon or something. You put like a sloth or something there, but it's kind of wrapping around, so it doesn't lend itself as well to it. Breast pill. Who said my trigger word? Own up. Is a more professional sloth looking than I can draw. Hi, Cy O'Connor. So this is the brave Sir Robin Sloth. I'm preparing to open Bricklink stores, so buying them ready to part out when I have lots of parts started. Okay, cool. Yep. And you can't set a 99p Lego. No, I mean, particularly with some of those things, by the time you work out the price to piece count and things like that, because otherwise, yeah, it's as a build, those tractor sets. Look, I get it if you're just trying to get into technical, have a bit of a play with it, but they do seem they're entry-level Technic sets. Bricksloth, I'm a Monty Python fan. Oh, so probably struck gold with this one. Brett's builds, is that a train? Looks like a train. As long as he isn't Sir Robin's minstrel. Brett's builds brick quicker. You can if you are broke. Yeah. Okay, so back to our sloth. How do I want to do the arm in a cartoony way? Let's try it like this. Put the arm down there, I guess. Let's try this. I'm going to call it battlements, the top bits. Does anybody know what the technical term for that is? Put a window in here. Another one. Yeah, maybe drop another window there. A few more off to the side here. Have a bit more fun with this one. I suppose every good castle needs a moat of some description. Good stuff. I'm going to take off, enjoy the rest of the stream, and see you. Thanks for popping by, Kevin. Hope you were happy with your Bowser's Castle. I certainly want to do something with that further now. Have a good one. And Bricksloth I need to think what the name of those battlement thingies are. What is it? Canaliations? My Australian to English translations are not all that great. At least that's my excuse, and I'm going to stick with it. Okay, so we need to have the little bit of logo there. The sloth arm wrapping around a bit of the castle. And then the little helmet, the Monty Python style helmet sitting up there. Battlements is easier to say. Yeah, at least I can pronounce it and have half a hope with it. Creneliations? I'm sure if my wife is watching, she'll love to tell me the correct pronunciation of it. Put that out there. Maybe a bit more of just a color to give it a little bit more pop. So trying to keep the markers to a very finite, limited number. So for things like subtle tans and brick colors and things like that. usually only got really bold colours. So having a tan or something, cream's not really going to work too well. Let's see now, where can we put a shadow on this guy? A couple of shadows in the windows. Let me pull that shadow around a little bit further. Don't want to go too heavy on the gore or anything like that. There. And you got Bricksloths come back with the phonics corneliations. That's the block up, block down pattern at the top of the wall. Okay, yep, cool. Corneliations. So at least have half a chance of getting it right. So just trying to think, which Monty Python movie was it? Was it The Holy Grail? It had the knight in it? Just want to get the quote spot on. Yep, okay. Okay, so there we go. Just a little bit of late night humor. We wanted a sloth in a knight's outfit in a castle. So you got in there, and he's going, "'Tis but a scratch," from the everybody's favorite one. "'Tis only a scratch. Have at it." And a hello to Gabriella. Hi, how you going? Welcome along to the stream. I think that's the first time I've seen you around. We're just here. The theme for tonight is castles or medieval, so people suggest things in that flavor in the chat, and then I go through and draw them. So we had the last request, which I just finished up, is a sloth in a knight's outfit in a castle. So I've done that, and then referenced Monty Python, "'Tis but a scratch." So if we just do a super quick recap of other ones that we've done tonight. Did Bowser's Castle. That's one for Mr. Kevin Hinkle. Dublin Castle. And the original classic Yellow Castle with drawbridge string. So now that we've got those ones there, I hope that you like that one, Bricksloth. That was kind of a fun one to do. Put that there. Some happy faces. So cool. Thanks for that, Si. And absolutely brilliant. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. Now, what was next? So, I believe we are up to Solo, which he was coming down between Vader's Castle or Warwick Castle, and I think when I suggested to him the idea of choosing as a vote by poll, he vetoed that, and he wanted Vader's Castle. So I think naturally that will have to be the one that we go with. So Vader's Castle was Solo. So just pull that one back up here. Let's have a quick look. Now it does make me wonder if he meant the Lego version or sort of more closer to the film version. Just trying to see. Which one should we go for? Lego or film? Lego or film? So a lot of the film ones could be interesting structurally. They have a tendency to crop it because it's so tall. I'll give us. Ooh, that could be interesting. Let's look a little. Just trying to see if I can drop in a ship as well. But that might be stretching it too much. So let's see what we can come up with. We can do. Okay. So Vader's castle. Tell me, think. Okay, let's crack on with this one. I think we'll figure out a way to get it done. So, what plans do people have for tomorrow, being Sunday, for the most part? Anybody doing any sort of day trips anywhere? Maybe some Lego builds that you got planned? Or I suppose for other people, if you're doing any filming, editing for some YouTube stuff, maybe that's on the agenda. What are we looking at getting up to tomorrow? Bricksloth, I'm building planes. Yeah, because I think you were saying before, I think you were chatting with Brett, was it, about your airport or something? So, do you have a do you have the city Bricksloth, or are you just sort of building out an airport, or is that part of your city, or you just like planes? Or that's just something that you're working on at the moment? How's your airport fitting into your sort of scheme of things? And if you've got a YouTube channel with your airports or something on it there, is there a particular video later on I'll have a look at? Recommend me one of your videos if you do that. Have a look and get a sense. Always cool to see what other people are doing. Brigadier may head to Leicester Square. Will depend upon how agile I feel after having my knee op. LOL. Oh, well, hopefully that's going okay. Is your knee op just a dealing with something niggling, or was that something just worn out cartilage or something? Brick Clicker, not much really. Hoping a picture of Diagon Alley leaks tomorrow as everyone's asking me for the news on it. Yeah, no, it's certainly I really want to see what they're doing with that, because that's going to be big. The thing with that though is I'm really surprised that they didn't do the Gringotts. From what we've seen, I mean, if obviously Sarah Starbricks, she did a Japanese translation. Check her channel out. There's full details on that, and didn't have a Gringotts. So it did make me wonder. Okay, if they're not doing that, is there going to be a set later on with it? Because to me, it almost seems like a no-brainer. Sloth, yes, I have Sloth City, and is it a theme park, Star Adventure Park, and now a vintage Sloth Jet Airport? Okay, cool. I'm definitely gonna have to check out some of your stuff, because it sounds like you've got an interesting theme and take on things there. I do videos maybe once or twice a week. Okay, cool. Sloth City's Epic Blast of Color. Oh, cool. Look forward to seeing that then, because you had an Aussie, Adora Builds, and she uses a lot of the Friends colors and has a really wonderful color sense and palette in her city, like really saturated and things, like really something different again. Brickier meniscus cartridge, a 2-inch tear, took them 6 years to find it. LOL. Oh, that almost sounds like you've been limping around in some pain or something there. Brick Clicker, it's a smart Lego move by the Lego to get more money by selling Gringotts separately. I wonder, and it might just be hope against hope, if Gringotts is the gift with purchase. That would be awesome. Similar to how they did the 1989 Batmobile, and the gift with purchase with that was that other smaller Batmobile, which I do have, and that was a really solid build. I really like that one. But yeah, I'd have a funny feeling that if you get the Diagon Alley, which I think was $400 US, then they may have some little supplementary sets to go along with it with Gringotts. Maybe that's one of the ones. For anyone who's not clear, it's Harry Potter, one of the key set pieces that they had throughout a couple of the films. And Gringotts was the bank. And it was definitely in the first film. They made reference to it in the other ones. I can't remember if it did actually appear in some of the others. Anyhow, I should get back to Vader's castle. But yeah, if something doesn't leak tomorrow on that, I would have a feeling that we're going to find out early next week some reveal pictures on that. I mean, it's getting to the middle of the month anyhow, so I mean, with some of them, it does make you wonder how they want to build the hype around it. Because, like, obviously we had Mario. We found out about Mario back in, was it March or April? And then they kept on drip feeding stuff out with that. Admittedly, it was a new license and all the rest of it. But some of these other ones where they sort of like make an announcement, it's like, oh, it's going to be released in 2 weeks, in amongst all these other fantastic sets that we've got coming out. And for anyone who's a little confused, there's quite a number of people here who are in the Lego community, so that's why I sometimes have a bit more of a bent towards that, some of the discussions. Brick Clicker, yeah, that would be awesome. I'm not sure if they really needed GWP to sell the set, though. It will fly straight off the shelves. Yeah. But I guess the GWPs, they do help make those first day purchases. I mean, I was a bit on the fence with the Mario stuff, and then it's like, okay, well, the GWP is this other little expansion set for it. It's like, sold. Yeah, marketing worked well. Just trying to think. Maybe this one I want to do a bit more marker color first and drop it in. Just to get some of the shadow shapes on this one. It feels like it needs a lot more marker work. Suppose then, once we get out of this next little bit, we're going to start running into the things for November and Christmas, which is kind of scary to think. I mean, I think with the way this year's gone so far, though, getting to Christmas and the other side of it might be a good thing. We got still a 5. Bump it to the 3. Oops, that camera bumped a bit too much. Then we can't have a Vader's Castle without a lot of gloomy storm clouds. I think this marker is going to be on the dead side right now. Not getting much out of it. Let's try to help some of that. A bit darker up there. I might just really push this with the marker ones. I feel like the shapes are a bit dark enough to be able to do it. Brick Kickler, if you like the look of Diagon Alley, it would be a day one purchase. If you like the look of Diagon Alley, it would be a day one purchase for it. Yeah. I'm not sure about day one. If it has a strong GWP, then possibly, because it is going to be an expensive set. And particularly the way some of the Lego ones have been going lately, like even some of the Mario ones, you waited about a week and they're already on sale, or the prices had dropped. Because I mean, certainly in the UK, you've probably seen that the big Hogwarts castle. Every once in a while, it goes on sale, and because I'm just trying to think, it's normally about $350, and sometimes you've seen it. Is it $350 or $330? Can't remember. But I've seen it about $259 or something like that. Sometimes. So it's not a cheap one. So I mean, even the Technic Lamborghini, which I've really got my eye on. Just lately, they've been doing. I've seen deals with that where you can either it's dropped 20-30 pounds, and there's been one or two deals where even at that price, it's like you can get the Ducati motorcycle with it, which is like a 50-60 pound set by itself. So it's, for me, it's not very often that I just look at something and go, oh yeah, must have that day one. I don't particularly like paying full price for stuff. So, and there's a lot of software and apps and alerts and different things that you can pick up these days, which I'm sure you are as well, where once something goes on sale, it hits a certain price or whatever, you get alerts for it. I don't know. Is it if you like the look of it, Brick Clicker? Is that something you'd be going? Yep, day one, pull the trigger on it, get it. What about anybody else out there in your chat? Are you a big enough Harry Potter fan or Lego fan that you're looking at going, you know what? £400 for a Harry Potter set? Yep, I need to have that day one. Brick Clicker, yeah, I'm waiting for Smiths to drop the roller coaster to 225 and I'll get it. Is the roller coaster? I thought the roller coaster is about 175. And I don't know why I'm thinking that. Maybe it's stuff I've seen on eBay or something. I don't know. But yeah, was that roller coaster scheduled for retirement at the end of the year? I thought I saw that somewhere on that German website where they listed a couple of weeks ago all the different sets that are about to retire. I might be wrong. I thought it was one of the ones on there. And Bricksloth, I think I'm going to get I think I'm going to get more fun from my Jetport than a new set. Yeah. Is that due? Obviously, look, it is great getting Lego out of the box and things like that. But is that because you're doing a lot more sort of, I guess, mocking with your airport, or is it more just the way that you've gotten standard retail Lego sets and just combining them and modifying them? It's Brick Clicker. It's a tough one for me. If I order online, I wouldn't get it until about the 4th of September, and that's my birthday when I'm getting Assembly Square, so I might wait till the end of October. Yeah, the other thing I noticed too is that a lot of the sales follow school holidays. Particularly Argos is a really big one for that. Whenever you go, like, between probably September and October, like the first 6 weeks of term, there's generally, it always seems that there's not much on sale. But then as you get the week or so before October holidays, a lot of stuff starts going on sale. Red Builds, you can buy my whole city if you're rich enough, as included. Bricksloth, I like the look of vintage sets, and they're more affordable than new sets. Yeah, particularly I've been picking up some of the really vintage Technic sets, and some of those like £10-15, and Brett's Builds, I second that. Brickish, come back at the right time, just as you were drawing Vader's castle. Nice. Cool. I'm hoping you picked that up by the picture, not the description. It might not be along far enough. Brett's Builds Slothrin is my brother from another mother. Cool. And since I end up using everything in my city and modding it, secondhand looks best for me. Yeah, and you can also give it that sort of used city look. Like, you don't see too many buildings. I mean, once they're first built, particularly the glass ones these days, they've got nice fresh polish to them. But after a while, they get lived in and scuffed and all the rest of it. Quicker, I don't have enough space for the Lego I have at the moment. Yeah, that seems to be a potential problem with every Lego fan, or a lot of them. Apart from the digital guys, I think the digital guys have got it sorted out. They've got an infinite number of pieces, and storage is quite simple. And they can take their collection with them wherever they go. Don't think the roller coasters are retiring this year. The main big seats retiring are the dinner and the diner and the treehouse. Yeah, I saw the diner. It's out of stock on Amazon at the moment. Because that's certainly one to look at. And the treehouse, yeah, the treehouse is an ideas one, and they usually don't hang around for very long too. I'm still on the fence about that one. It looks really good, but again, it's another one which is I want to say it's about 175 pounds, so it's not a cheap one either. Does anyone out there have the treehouse? What do you think of it? Is it worthwhile something getting, or is it one of those ones if you're only totally into it? Because recently too, they've had the orange foliage on the pick a brick walls. So if you're doing it for the foliage, there's other ways to get that orange. Let's see what we can do. Just try to get a bit of this lava and fiery effect in here. Make it look like it's a really warm, volcanic sort of area. I may have overdone that, which is not good. Try to get some of that in there. And then it does actually fire off back over here. That. Let's pop off a little bit of orange definition. And then we can really hit it with a bit of red. And bring it out a bit more. I'm trying to keep it a little subtle. I suppose Vader and the word subtle usually are not really associated. It's always difficult. Can I rotate that slightly, or is that? It's tricky trying to get the camera into a spot where you guys can sort of see it and make sense, and then I can actually still draw. It doesn't completely obfuscate it. Block it. The smoke there didn't quite get in. Let's see, yeah, let me get that smoke in there. Right off the side, is that 30, so should be okay. Brettsville Bricklaker, they're both part of my city. I did offer LOL, Assembly Square, and the Diner, and the Palace Cinema. Ooh, Palace Cinema. That's I'm just trying to think. Is that the one which looks like the Chinese cinema? Yeah, the Chinese. I can't remember that. That one in LA where they used to do a lot of the premieres. What are they called? It's not. Yeah. Yeah. No. Whatever. Palace Cinema. Probably should just look it up. Just wondering with this one. See what you guys think. Should I kind of leave it there as it is? Or just go in with a little bit of a thicker black outline and just define a few shapes? Or is that kind of working like that? What do we think? Which way should we go with that? Let you guys set the direction on this one. So putting some black outlines on, or we're just leaving. Let me know in the comments below. The modulars are great, but kind of grandiose for Sloth City. Yeah, it does almost sound, just on this the surface of it, Sloth City, grandiose. Not necessarily two words. A yin and a yang sitting together. Ooh, Palace Cinema, Brett. Now I'm interested. They would dwarf my hospital and museum. A little bit of flame or something into that. I'm just mixing a little bit of. I feel like it's strong enough. A little fire and flaming. Times like this, I really wish I had some paint and I could really pull out some of these colors. I feel like they're turning a bit muddy. Brickish, I think it looks good like that. Okay, so that's one vote for leave alone and don't screw up. I think what else? There. What else? This feels like. I don't know if I hit that with just a layer of red. Yeah, it's slight. Slight. It sounds weird. If I get that dark enough, I might be able to touch it with a pink. Let's see how it goes. Hit that. Ever so slightly. It might work. Just give it a little bit more of a punch or a kick to it. Brick Clicker, I'm heading off to bed. Night, everyone. Thanks very much for stopping by. Appreciate that. And if Diagon Alley gets dropped, I certainly will be looking to see what you are thinking of it. Have a good one. Brett Spills, I sent you the cinema Take care, Bricks. I don't know how long you plan to keep drawing, but another excellent castle is the Emerald City of Oz. Yeah, that's a good one, actually. City of Oz. I mean, I'm quite enjoying these ones. I know the stream is coming up to 3 hours. I still feel like there's at least another hour in me. I don't know about you guys. I know for some of the people in the UK, it is starting to get a bit late at night. So, and British, unless you think it will pop out more with black lines. I think it would, but I'm kind of tonally. I think most of the values are kind of there, and it is kind of working. So I'm really tempted just to leave it. Maybe just put in a little bit more fiery pink just to pull it together and give it a little bit more kick. And Bricks Lost. Just thinking about castles. Well, you're probably in the right place for that then. Either that, or if you want to stop thinking about castles, you might be in the wrong place. Let's see. Just trying to get that balance with some of the fire elements. Yeah, Brickish, I like it how it is now, though. Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys coming back with some feedback. It's a nice thing about doing this. It's all in real time, so if it's working, it's working, and if it's not, it's a quick sketch and I can quickly move on to something else. Let's just try a little bit here. Thin that. I think I might just leave that one there. It's a slightly different effect from the other ones. Variety is the spice of life. So there we have it. There's Castle. I like how it is now. Cool. So, through a couple of those, just looking at what to do next. And some more of the Iris one. Oh, Brett. Hogwarts. That's a nice change of pace. We might do that one next. Hogwarts Castle. Oh, and you also sent through. Just need to quickly check the Instagram. That's right. Yeah, the Palace Cinema did kind of look a little bit like that Chinese Hollywood one. I can never remember what was the name of it. That's got me really curious. What is it? The real name of that one, though. Hogwarts. I'm going to do Hogwarts, but I think we'll take a slightly different approach with this one as well. So we had Hogwarts. Castle as suggested by Brett. Probably the next one. What have we done so far? Just checking through that. Okay. In this version of Hogwarts, I'll try to go a little bit more on the moody side. Let's see, where can we start? Okay, Bricketeer, good to see you. Thanks very much for stopping by. I think you're along for quite a bit and appreciate that. Hope you have a good one and see you next time around. Oh. Okay, so Hogwarts. I'm gonna do a movie Hogwarts. A movie Hogwarts. Would there be much of a difference between the movie Hogwarts, the Lego Hogwarts, and the book Hogwarts? All based upon the book, I guess. So, and this one's an interesting one. It's like, which way do I want to do it? Do I want to do something really tight? I want to do something a bit more moody. What do you guys in the chat want to see? Do you want to see something tight? Do you want to see something moody? What are we feeling like at this point in time? So I can just go through and get some of the layout, and then how I decide to finish it off might be dictated by you guys. So yep. Okay, let's get cracking on this one. This feels like this one's going to run out of juice at some stage. Might not be a terrible thing. Cross there. Lay it out. What else? What else we got here? Brits builds, whatever you feel, bud. Okay, so that's one vote for whatever I feel like. And put it on me. So now I've got the grand hall. I mean, this has been some of the interesting thing with the recent Lego sets of Hogwarts, particularly the minifig scale ones. You start knowing what the actual bits of the buildings are called. So I consider myself, for the Harry Potter stuff, like a casual fan. Yeah, enjoyed the films, never actually read the books. I know some people out there in the chat will probably be really disappointed in that. Although that said, going through some of the audiobooks with the kids, so we're kind of getting there. It's interesting though, because now I'm looking at it. The Hogwarts Castle, the Great Hall, the design of it is eerily similar to Dublin Castle, which I drew a bit earlier. This was the way that they've got these these buttress points here. I mean, obviously, architecture, like, even in fantasy, is always the best fantasy is always grounded in reality. So I shouldn't be really surprised by that, but there. Brickish, I've never seen Harry Potter or read the books. Do you have any of the Lego, or is it something which is completely not on your radar in terms of interest or dealing anything with? Bricksloth, I read the books, saw the films, got bent at J.K. Rowling getting political and decided not to give her any money. Yeah, it's always interesting sometimes when you have your favorite authors or celebrities or whatever it is, people you follow, and then when they go in a direction in life that you might not agree with. British have seen bits from the film but never sat down and watched it. Yeah. First time around I didn't. I must admit, I tried to watch the first film when it first came out, and for me, it just it was basically the wizard version of Star Wars. You'll get it, beat for beat, the hero's journey, all that sort of stuff. But then when the kids got interested in it recently, we started listening to the audiobooks, and it just felt like it was filling out the world. So when it came back to the films, I had a much better appreciation for them. Bricks Lost. So if I get any Harry Potter, it won't be direct. It'll be third party. So if I get any Harry Potter, it won't be direct. It'll be third party. Are you talking about the interpretation of it from books, or you were just saying that some of the other construction bot companies, or just some other sort of models or something, in terms of like standard model kits and things, which are completely unrelated to Lego? Brickish, I just never was interested, but I do eventually want to watch them. I don't own any sets, but they do look good. Yeah, we may just pick up the films. I think it was like off Amazon. You get all the films plus all the special edition, like, all the behind the scenes, blah 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 blah. And it was pretty cheap. I think it was like £15 or something. So, it was new off Amazon. So, I'll buy it from eBay. Oh, okay then. Right. Yeah. Yeah, eBay you can, if you're patient and you're in at the right time, you can sometimes get some quite good deals. I know I've gotten a number of good deals there. The only downside is usually, particularly the big sets, they're obviously being built and things like that, so it's not doesn't come in bags and things. So when you get it and you go to build it out, spend a lot of time just initially sorting all the pieces out. So otherwise, you got 4,000 pieces in front of you all mixed up and not bagged. And you sit there and half the time just looking at it, trying to get stuff, figure out where stuff is, and it just takes too long. That might just this one's another interesting little I think I'll pen this one out first. Quickly just run through it. Make sure that works. I'm just putting it down there a little bit. Yeah, that's still me. So how's that looking? Yeah, you can still see it. It's starting to come through. Just wondering. Hi, g'day, Stud. Good to see you around. Simon in the land of chalk drawings. Well, you know my name is Simon and I like to make drawings. Then they come to life. Insert those old school flutes. How you going, Sidious? I saw, I think you were doing some smash wall tests with some Lego earlier. Was it Mario or something from, I think it was on your Instagram? Must admit, I hadn't seen too many people doing that with Mario. So it was amusing. You had the most of the people always dropping or joking about a drop test or something like that. But what would you call that? A throw test, I guess. It's weird. The perspective on that one looks a little wonky. It goes that way rather than the other way. Anyway. How's that looking for you guys? You can kind of see something there. Hey, Sai. You haven't commented in a while. Have you just come back from? Because were you filming? Oh no, I smashed my mop because people felt entitled to instructions, so I swooshed it. Well, you didn't put all that time and effort into it, and then give people instructions for free. Man, I guess you're just not part of the community, dude. I suppose. I mean, that could be the sort of thing if you did it in slow motion. Then the way that it falls apart, people can then see if they reverse the film, which way it would need to go back together. I sent Vader's Mustafarian starfighter on a mission. Speaking of which, the previous caster we did, let's see if you can pick this one. Any ideas? What's that? Brickish, did you destroy Mos Eisley? Yeah, check out Stud's Instagram stories. You can sort of see it there. Sorry, Connor, I had dinner and I've been filming. I needed a break. Okay, cool. Well, welcome back. No, Mos Eisley's okay. I tossed that as well. That one is okay. I almost tossed Mos Eisley. LOL. Yeah, with the Mos Eisley said if that does get announced in the next little bit. Were you able to pick which one that one was, Stud? I'll see. I know the comments get delayed a little bit, so go back to the Hogwarts castle. Just trying to get a couple of the main shapes and proportions, and I can rip through some of the detail. At least that's what I tell myself, but sometimes seems to take a while. But I'm still probably going to be here for a bit. You're back. Solo. Welcome back. Welcome back. Just in time. Hopefully you saw the last one, which I just put up. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait. Starfighter needed to be rebuilt. I had just proving a point. I wanted to rebuild it anyway. It actually held up pretty good. Ah, the Black Starfighter. Yeah, saw that too. I was actually thinking of, was it Mario that you did something with, which involved high velocity and sudden stopping impact on a wall? Or am I getting it confused with something else? Quite possibly. Sorry, I was finishing my video. Yeah, no, let's go. Let's go. No worries. I'm still here. Still going. I mean, speaking of somebody else who's well experienced in the drop testing arena, Mr. Solo Brick Builder. Check out his AT-AT video, which I think you released that 3 or 4 days ago, maybe. Maybe it was all, I don't know. Days are all blending into each other now. Maybe it was more than that. Oh yeah, Mario hit the wall too. My bad. LOL. He's okay. He had the fire fast suit on. Have they done a star suit, an invulnerability suit? That probably would have been more appropriate for it. But yeah, if he, I suppose the way with Mario is, if he hits the wall and he falls out, then it'd be like in the game when he becomes small again, or the equivalent of. I don't know. Do wonder if it starts getting too late and the rambling starts becoming incoherent. Start to see if that Mario is actually on his way up to Maine to my nephew. I did whip it pretty hard. LOL. He's fine. It's a me, a smashed Mario. I just looked back. It looked awesome. Thanks, man. Yep. Cool. Yep. That was the thing. The story is like, where's Solo? He disappeared. So like, did you want a moody version? Do you want it finished? Do you want it polished? We didn't have any answers, so we had to do a group vote. That was still here. They built Mario pretty well. Yeah, that's the one thing you can't really criticize Lego for, and that's the product quality that they have. Occasionally, they may make a little bit of a boo-boo or claim it's a boo-boo, as in the case of the Osprey. But let's not get Solo wound up about that one. A little gear or something. Blame it on 4 protesters. That was convenient timing for that to work out. And British, at least Mario passed the durability test. Yes. Although you also had Beyond the Brick. They got a hold of Mario and took him apart. I'm just trying to think. Boone did it maybe about 2 weeks ago, and he's able to put it back together and it was working. So, I mean, for the electronic geeks out there, that was interesting to see as well. Just going through and trying to do a bit of a Hogwarts castle. Thinking I'll do a moody one, but I just want to drop in the structure on this first, so the placement of things is kind of right. And Sidious, if it hasn't become obvious, the theme for today is castles. So castles / medieval, although everyone seems to have really come up with castles. It just reminded me of the other one somebody mentioned. So if you've got any Any suggestions for castles? Pop it in the chat there, and let's see where we end up with. Or two from one of those. It's a direction. I think Brickish. I think they should have done Mario Kart. I'm sure if the first wave of Mario sells well enough, then that one can't be too far away. Just trying to think that they could, if they're still going to do that electronic flavor sort of thing, how would they adjust Mario Kart for that? I mean, what would be awesome, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, if they did Mario Kart Lego in a form of slot car racing or something like that. Or what do they call them here in the UK? Is it Scale Electrics or something? Or is that the train? I reckon that could be interesting. They probably have to redesign track or something like that, but that could be really cool. Build your own little Mario Kart thing, have some form of track or something you could race on. Maybe it doesn't even need a track. Maybe it can just be remote controls. As long as you get a little motor in there, make it zippy enough, set up some sort of little obstacle course, have a reader or something in it. I don't know. But that could be something interesting. Statsidius, did you draw Vader's castle? Let's have a look. I don't know. Is that? Can you pick that, or is that a bit more on the fail side? Brick Sloth. I heard sloth kart racing, and I'm down. Sloth kart racing. Isn't that like an oxymoron? Like the sloth racing a car, sort of fall asleep or something. Brickish. Yeah, or the Bluetooth thing. Yeah. So there's lots of potentially with a Mario Kart. There could be a lot of different directions they go with that one. Hopefully they do something cool. Because I think probably after the Mario series itself, Mario Kart's probably my next favorite license that Mario does. I know everybody's screaming Zelda, Zelda, Zelda. I think Mario Kart could be something really interesting. Statsidius, they should make Mario Kart amiibo polybags. They built the kart and race in the game. Yeah, it was interesting, that whole dimensions thing. They can make a Mario Kart app just like the Hidden Side one, but done well. That raises an interesting point. Because obviously they did Nintendo, they did the Mario Kart app itself, which seemed to be a complete cash grab, which people absolutely hated. Didn't really do too well. So whether or not then they'd want to have something in Lego form which could be seen as competing with it, they might not actually want to do. Just because you'd have potentially one product cannibalizing the other. Vader's castle looks good. Cool. Thanks for that, Stud. But yeah, that's an interesting thought. How would any form of Mario Kart Lego coexist with Mario Kart mobile phone app? It's times like this you want to phone a friend. Where's Kevin? Where's Kevin Hingle when you need him? That's this. I would assume they'd make a racing app for Lego and make the amiibo polybags. That's the creative director in me. My bad. I used to be brand managers. I'm used to brand managers not listening. Okay, cool. So, Stud, if you just go through and make a whole bunch of suggestions, we can ignore them all and you can feel right at home. I'm joking, of course. Bricksloft, first favorite line, classic city. Second favorite, classic space. Aliens in particular. Current lines, I buy Hidden Side, which is ending, and Creative, which is ending. I mean, that whole thing with the Hidden Side, is it actually ending or is it still speculation? I personally haven't seen Lego come out and say anything. And Creator, which is ending. I mean, the Creator brand is being retired, but obviously we're still going to get Creator style sets. I think Hidden Side was just let down by bad promotions and bad box art. That's an interesting one. Stud, what's your take on the Hidden Side box art? You've done a lot of box art and serial stuff and things like that. I mean, is that just an easy thing to attack Hidden Side with, or is it really that bad? It really confuses the product. I don't know. Hidden Side, I think, is, for me, I feel there's an aspect of the electronic thing that goes in with it. It's really pushing Lego in a direction which I think people are still not sure about. I mean, Mario's taken it to the next level to some degree. I mean, people still say that you can have the Mario without the app. But certainly we got one and it had to do a firmware update first. You could not play it without doing that firmware update. So I don't 100% buy into that, but could have done something wrong. They're teaming up with Nintendo. I would expect them to make a good app which works with a full game like Mario Kart. They already have a Mario Kart app. Brick Build Amiibo is a no-brainer. Expect them, hopefully. I don't think Lego has confirmed Hidden Side is ending. Yeah, so I think it's going to be one of those things. If it does, nobody's going to be surprised by it at this stage. Bricksloth, I hope Hidden Side stays because I use it a lot. Okay, cool. And Stud Series, but that's why I retired from that game, no pun intended. But brick built amiibos are just a must do. So, okay. It's too fun talking to you guys in the chat. We should actually get back to some drawing. Let's see now. Where are we up to? We're over on this side. That feels like it's stretching too far. Okay, so we've got Mario Kart. We've got Zelda. Taking those two out of the equation, what is then the next license with Nintendo you'd want to see? Well, that could be cool. So I think some of the other properties I sort of think and jump to mind are not necessarily Nintendo. I mean, obviously you got Donkey Kong Country, but as much as what that's a successful game, I feel it's a little bit too niche. But you never know. The other one which jumps to mind would be Mega Man, but that's Capcom. Okay, that's serious. Oh, the Hidden Side box art. I think it's amazing design, but they tried too hard to demonstrate the apps on the box too fast. That's what I mean about sitting in meetings with brand managers is not listening. Hidden Side is a perfect example. Again, the box art is amazing. They're trying to demonstrate the app, but you don't know what the set is. Yeah, that's some of the anecdotal feedback we've heard, and maybe even Ben Solo saying something like that too. That in a store with somebody, and they picked up the set with the hidden side box art, and it's like, that's not Lego. Um, they just tried to transition into that technology too fast. The box art should have been a slow transition. Yeah, I think, don't know. It's a hard one because obviously the box art has been evolving. Maybe that was too revolutionary. Um, that evolution to the 18 plus. I obviously saw it with unofficially first with the first time I really paid attention was the 1989 Batmobile. But I think there's a set or two before that which was using that sort of the black complete block, and I thought I saw one with the 14 plus, which was from like halfway through last year. I just can't remember what it is now. And Solo, yep, I totally agree with you, Stud. I love the art, but it just needed a bit of a tweak. Yeah, I mean that's always the thing. You've always got to keep pushing it and evolving it, and sometimes it's gonna be really great and work well, and then other times, it's just not. Um, I mean, you probably fully understand that too, Stud. Because it's the sort of thing. If it's same old, people would be sitting there going, "Oh, it's the same old," and then if you don't do anything, like to try to change it, you are going to make mistakes. Not everything's going to be a hit, but to some degree, it's a numbers game. If you're not trying new things, then you're never going to have those breakout hits. Stud Cities, but as a graphic designer, especially a packaging designer, that's what you sit in meetings and debate about for hours. Package design is the most important. Consumers can get confused very easily. Even the new Mario packaging looks amazing, but parents are not getting to know you need the starter pack. Yeah, that's interesting with the Mario ones because it's obviously you need the starter pack, absolutely. And then on all the other sets, they have Mario, like the electronic one, and he's kind of ghosted out with the opacity set. So you can kind of see how they're hinting at the fact that he's not included, but he's needed. Being obviously, we on the other side of the fence, we fully understand that, we appreciate that. But to the average parent who walks into the store and sees one of those boxes, do they appreciate that this set is not going to work without that starter set? In a Lego store, they can easily, the staff can educate people and go, hey, look, I see you're getting that. You do realize you need this starter kit, as an upsell, as a point of whatever. But if you're going into a Target or a Walmart or Smith's Toys or some of these other places where that's one of the many things they sell, is that message getting across? Uh, Brickish, true, at Stud Studios. Brett Spills, hi, Stud Studios. And hi, Brett. Cool. So hopefully caught up with the chat. I'm guessing what this part is an observatory tower. Oh, astronomy tower. What am I thinking? Observatory tower. Okay, I think that's got the most. I can't see what is the top of that. That's pretty good. Let's give that a nice point up there. Package designers have the most stressful jobs in the design world. They have to work under legal constraints, and the brand always wants to pack too much info into small space inside. I shouldn't laugh, but yeah, I know that feeling. It's you have all the different things that you're legally obligated to do, particularly with food packaging, can get to be a nightmare because every different place has their own different things and what they need to have on the box, and yeah, what it does and doesn't contain. And then yeah, it's by committee. Everybody wants to stuff in their most important bit that they feel sells it, and everything else. And all of a sudden, you left with a design mess trying to deal with all that stuff. Red Spills Subsidies. I think that's why Hidden Side never took off the box and the app. Yeah, I'm still really on the fence with all these apps, which then determine whether or not a toy is playable. That's the thing, coming out of the dark age and stuff like that. Like all the Lego which I had and still had from when I was a kid, it worked. You put it together, it worked. It wasn't dependent on anything, and that's where I think the apps are problematic. Because once, if Hidden Side does get retired, they're obviously not going to continue to support that app. So any of that functionality within the toy is now gone. Mario is going to be even worse than that. Because you're not going to even have instructions. And particularly if there's, and this is the thing we don't know about, particularly in the firmware, if there's something weird in there which, you drop it and all of a sudden it decides that it needs an update and you can't update it because the app is no longer supported, you're then left with a brick. Even some of the new Technic power-up stuff, before you had physical remote control, so you always had some level of access to it, whereas now the power-up stuff, it's all through the app, and once they stop supporting that app, I mean, the app at the moment is also problematic because there's not enough documentation with it, even for what it's there. And it's just, you see the marketing speak that they have with it when people ask them, hey, when's all this stuff coming? And they just go, oh, we like people to discover what's going on. And it's like, no, you're frustrating people. Tell them how it works. Give them some basics. Brickish. So on the front of the expansion sets, it just says Mario not included. It doesn't mean anything about you need him. LOL. Stud. It says that's so tiny as well. Yeah. Hidden Side was an amazing property. They just should have forced people to use the app like they're doing with Mario. I don't know, Stud. That could have been a step too far. It's something interesting to think about. I think Mario has enough of his own clout as a property, as an electronic game, that people will do it. And then obviously, the whole way that they did that retro NES console TV and having him sitting on the top and everything like that, that was really clever marketing. Statsius Lego will evolve and get technology right. Nintendo is definitely helping already. Yeah. I mean, that's where I sometimes have reservations with Lego. They've never done electronic technology for me well. It's something they keep trying at, but they just I don't think they've ever. Yeah. That's not to say that they can't. but I just don't think it's in their DNA. And particularly when you look at some of the Mindstorm stuff, like that the current EV3 is about to retire. It's been going for 7 years. We picked one recently, and it was just even really dumb stuff, like even just getting that started. It really was not clear. Like you had to go on and watch YouTube videos to figure out this thing. And it's just dumb stuff. Like it'd be like, to get started, go to lego.com/mindstorms. You went to that website and you get a 404 error. And it's just like, seriously, you can't put in a page redirect to where you need to be for something which is so common that you've been doing for the last 7 years? Yeah. I hope I'm wrong with that stuff. But I think, in terms of when you look at Mindstorms and that sort of thing, they kind of made it a little bit open source, which I think immensely helped them because you had a lot of really clever technology people in the community who were able to rip it apart and go, actually, well, here's a better way of doing it, or adding on, or this is what you need to fix or work on, or whatever else. Which obviously you'll never have that with Nintendo. They're notoriously closed up. And maybe that's something they need to embrace more with the hidden side sort of stuff, where to me it reminds me a little bit of the iPhone and the initial iStore and everything like that. Like that was, for the first year of its life, solely and utterly done in-house by Apple, because they wanted to control it. They wanted the technology and everything like that. And then when they went, you know what, we're going to let third parties on it, that's when the thing exploded. Lego got a little bit more of a challenge because they're a kids product around that as well, but maybe that's something which, if they open the hidden side app to be more open source, or at least where people can start doing their own things with it, maybe it gives it another dimensions and extra legs. Brettfield, Lego got Dacta right years ago, so a mobile app should be easy peasy. What's Dacta? Maybe there's something in Dark Age or something, I don't know. Okay, we should push on to some more of the drawing aspect. More shadow on this side. Light there. More some shadow. Core shadow there. Let's see. Let's pop some lights on that first. It's always too many cooks in the kitchen with these big brands. That's why I never went full time with Lego. I mean, they were in my home state. Yes. Just drop a little darker onto it. Always too many cooks in the kitchen. Yeah, I think that usually comes down to any successful company. I think I saw that a lot in innovation space. I worked for a long time in an R&D part of a business, and it was always weird because you would have the thing where they gave you the freedom to do and experiment with stuff, and it was always the really wacky ideas that would then take off. And then as soon as those ideas take off, they then have to take control of it. And then it goes backwards and it doesn't work. Because all of a sudden that spontaneity and creativity, which led to the breakout success, is now trying to be stage managed, not the right word. But the conditions that created it no longer exist for it to be successful. That was always funny because you'd look at the number of people involved in the original product would be 3 or 4. But if that product became really successful, the number of people that were allegedly involved in that original product would be like 50. It's like, oh, you're claiming credit for that. You didn't even work for the company at the time that idea came through. That's why you have messed up packaging. They should stick to the style guide. That's what makes style guides. People start getting their ego involved and pushing for things that really hurt the products. It happens everywhere just the way it is, but that's why hidden side happens. It's unfortunate, but that's why I say they should have taken more time to roll out the new technology. There are so many moving parts. Yeah, that is looking pretty sweet. Thanks for that, Solar. I know this one I was thinking of making a bit more moody. Again, it's one of those sorts of things where I know I can do it in paint, but that requires more time, and I don't think it works as well in this format. But we'll see where we can get to at least. That's the nice thing with this. It's challenging to see what sort of result we can get within this constraint. Yeah, that's a great Hogwarts sketch. Thanks for that, Stud. Appreciate it. Then how to quickly bring in a sensible, cool cast or something. So I'm gonna have to go back a little lighter. Turn a bit more this way. I can go with a 7. What's the 3 gonna give me? Still got a bit of juice in it. Yeah, let's try it. Maybe not enough. Internal creative departments would make a great reality TV. Or what? Isn't that what Mad Men was kind of about? Never watched it, but that's what I heard marketing that. Pepsi and Coca-Cola are insane companies to work for. OMG. Yeah, there's an interesting podcast, Business Wars, and it goes a lot into those rivalries and things and how they developed over times. But they also put a bit of a dramatic edge on it, which makes it really sort of engaging and interesting listening. And some of the stuff they were talking about with Coke and Pepsi were really, really fun stuff to listen to. And then they also did one on Adidas or Adidas and Puma and Reebok and Nike. Because I remember in the 80s, like, yeah, Reebok was kind of big for a while, particularly once they brought out those pump shoes and things. And then Nike, obviously on the back of Michael Jordan, sort of really took off. They made some pretty savvy and speculative type sponsorships, which came to bear fruit. Jordan being the most obvious one. Those rivalries in NYC are crazy. The egos make you want to just cry or vomit. I can't tell, the icon's too small, but yeah. I haven't enough blue in this one. I think that's too dark. Yep, that's too dark. So just stick with. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can get away with it. Reebok was huge in the 80s, then Nike made them Knowns campaign and boom. Bo Knows. I remember that. Bo Jackson. Yeah, what was it? Bo Knows baseball. Bo Knows, was it football, his second sport? I can't even remember. Bo Jackson actually started the Air Jordan and Age. Yeah. Trying to get a bit of this blue sort of moonlight in. So we get to with it. Sort of highlight. I think tonally the marker's a bit too dark. No. Work with what you got. Okay, this one definitely needs to go darker. It is his life. It's midnight. Off. Yep. Thanks very much for sticking around and coming by and being number 2 in here this evening. I think obviously Brett Spills has still got his firm grasp on the first one in. I'm sure though that at some point in time you'll be able to wrestle that away from him. Have a good one, because I think isn't it 1 a.m. where you are? I'm watching TV with my mum and dad. LOL, great. That's awesome. We sometimes try to watch TV with the kids, and all they want to do is put on their own iPads and drift off into other things. Just, I guess, the way things are these days. So that's cool if you're still being able to do that. I'm sure parents enjoy that time as well. Have a good one, and I'm sure we'll see you on any one of a number of streams as we usually do. Stuck to this, Reebok was huge in the USA in the 80s. We had British Knights too, BK Knights. Yeah, I remember that. Was British Knights even a UK brand, or was it just some junior marketing mumbo jumbo? Could have been. Yes, we had British Knights. Solo, I am watching The Simpsons on Disney Plus. We started last week on season 1. We've only just got season 3. You were one of the cool kids if you had a pair. Oh, so it was a real UK brand. I forgot how many episodes there were and how many of them I've actually seen. Yeah, the funny thing I found with The Simpsons, and I don't know whether it was a thing here in the UK as well, they were, I think they started out, I want to say it's 23 or 24-minute episodes, but in Australia they only ever played 22 minutes. So there was stuff which I can't remember how eventually saw, was it on DVD? Maybe VHS. The full 22 minutes. Well, sorry, the full 23, 24 minutes, because there's always a couple minutes which was cut out of it. Because particularly with those first couple of seasons, I've seen them so many times, know them backwards. So that was always disappointing to then learn that. But certainly The Simpsons, yeah. Always loved that show. I think it's up to about season 9. I think it's The Principal and the Pauper, where they reveal that Skinner's not really Skinner. That seemed to be the turning point and ended when Simpsons kind of lost their way, which I think is 9 seasons in. Because by that stage, all the original writing staff was left and moved on, and it started to become a caricature of itself. So, Solo, have you seen The Simpsons before? Or is this just you sitting down and going, right, I'm going to watch them all? I've seen an old buddy. I used to collect The Simpsons. Big Notes were big here, but NYC gets everything, so I guess it's spoiled. We get big brands, the rest of the US doesn't, so I always ask. Yeah, I mean, funnily enough, that's how Nintendo Entertainment System started off in 1985. Because obviously, on the back of the Atari crash, video games are a really dirty word, so Nintendo went to a couple of stores in New York and went, right, we will put these products in on the shelves. We won't even pay for it we won't charge you guys until they're sold. So those original 50,000 units which got sold then determined the rest of the fate. And that's why occasionally you get one of those original ones from that 50,000 lot, because they didn't have proper seals on the packaging at that stage. They only had like the little tiny sticker seals. which is why there was one of those pop up recently, and it was a dodgy auction, but it was graded and went for over 100,000 or something like that. Solid brick broiler, probably since I was in season 1 when I was a kid. I can't believe how many of it I don't remember. I think it just goes to show how many times it was repeated back in the day. Yeah. No, I've pretty much seen all the Simpsons before. It's just going back down memory lane. Okay, cool. Simon in the Land of Chalk drawings was big in my OG Simpsons. Yeah, you mentioned Simon in the Land of Chalk or something earlier. What is that? Is that a reference to? I'm not catching that one. Solo, you know Simon. I know you know Simon. No, I don't know Simon. It's not Simon Says Simon, is it? Okay, let's just. I don't know what it is. I think I'm just. Because that's not going to be strong enough. So I'm going to pull this out a little bit. It feels like it's getting drowned. Simon and the Land of Chalk Drawings was a UK cartoon. That might be why. It was UK. How did we have Simon here and you guys don't have it? It was a nerd too. It was this thick UK accent. That's where I just play the Australia card and go, I grew up in Australia. So I think similar to the UK, you had 2 channels. That was about the extent of it. Remember in the 90s when we went up to all of 4 channels and how amazing that was. Just Google Simon in the Land of Chalk Drawings. It was on Sesame Street. Simon in Not Shore. Probably means North Shore or something, I don't know. I need to punch a few of those. Solo, my brain isn't working at the moment. I'm pretty tired. Yeah, it's getting on midnight here. Solo, you knew Simon, right? British, I've just looked at it on YouTube. I've never seen it before. Please tell me they didn't lie to us Americans and it was made here. I mean, it's very old. It's very English. I think it says from 1974. Oh, Jesus. They told us it was a popular UK cartoon. I'm not sure. It sounds like the stud might not be able to cope with the disappointment of it all. How do I want to finish this? It tells me that's black stuff. I go for blue black. See how this holds up. Solo, come back to me in the morning. I might remember then. Because it's got its own channel on YouTube. It is very old, very old. It was huge here. I'm just trying to think. There's been a few other things like that, which at least I remember from Australia. Like it wasn't big in Australia, but then it got exported and it was huge elsewhere. I'm just trying to remember some examples. A British kid named Simon, and whatever he drew came to life. It was awesome. Oh, now that you've said that, now you've got me interested. That show plot synopsis, whatever that's got an interesting hook. I mean, considering the nature of the stream. You'll like it, Matt. It's an awesome cartoon. Stuck me as an artist my entire life. It was on Sesame Street here. Yeah, it's. I remember seeing some of the Walt Disney ones where they had like Donald Duck versus Animator, and they were. I think there was only one or two of them, but that was pretty clever. Like you'd see the pen come in and try to draw him, and it was that interaction between like real life and cartoons, which in an age pre-computers would have been really difficult to do and very time consuming. And British Matt, what do you do with the things you draw on here? I'm assuming you mean these drawings. What do I do with them? At the moment, they are usually trying to scan them, so at least got a record, and they're going into a folder, which I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do with them. I was thinking potentially of doing something like a Patreon and something like that, so maybe maybe sort of like rewards or something like that, like for people I'd randomly send them out certain ones or something like that. I don't know. I'm still trying to think about it because yeah, I'm generating a large number of stack of drawings which are going into a folder and probably never to be seen again. Which I just think that's a bit of a waste. So I'm trying to figure out what to do with them in that regard. The biggest challenge I think at the moment is postage. Obviously in the UK it's not too bad, but then if it starts going international, so I don't really know. Is there one that you're interested in, or are you just asking in general? So, Stud, you should make an animated GIF slideshow recap of the drawings for Instagram post. Recap post will do well for you. Yeah, I've naturally, I think Kevin Hinkle's figured out a lot of the stuff for this sort of thing. So I blatantly steal from him, and he knows that. He kind of unofficially has a blessing for it. So even for me, just to get like last week's one where I did all the drawings, just getting that onto a single page and posting that out, I still haven't done that yet. So it's a time thing, because I know when Kevin said that, he finishes a stream and then takes an hour to just go through and deal with all that sort of stuff, and I can now see why it takes him that long to deal with it. Obviously, if I finish the stream now, it's midnight and take me another hour to, and so that's like, yeah, trying to then get a GIF thing on top of that. It's just got to try to figure out a way to do it, like outsource it or something like that. So love the drawing streams. Thanks for that. No, I appreciate it. So I'm certainly enjoying them, because there's a lot of things which it forces me to set time aside just to draw and do that, and practice. I mean, you know what it's like being an artist, just having that time to practice and that, and people respond to it. And there's a lot of things which I've drawn which are, because it's free form and that, I never normally get to draw, or wouldn't think to draw, or even know, because I'll do a recap in a sec, and there's some stuff which got suggested earlier which didn't even know about. Now you come the other side of it, and it's great. What do we got here? I just had someone phone up just now to go out to fix the cam now. I'm assuming that's a car and you've been called away. I don't know whether you're going to have to go, but if you do, then thanks for stopping by, Solo. We'll see you a bit later on. Marine Fox at Brickish, yes, you're right, He's got to go to bed. That's disgraceful. You're still up now. It's all inspirational with Kevin's stuff. You know that. I swap ideas with him all the time. I mean, just for future posts, once a month, do a recap. Yeah, I mean, I've got time-lapse videos of drawings and paintings from the last year or two, which I still haven't even edited together. I'm at that point now where I think I'm not so much. I don't so much need content. I need time to deal with it. It's sort of like anybody here who's doing YouTube videos in terms of editing and all that sort of stuff. Like, the amount of time which goes into it, and that's a reason why recently on my channel I haven't even done a Lego review lately, because I've got so much other stuff which is sitting on my hard drive, and I just haven't had a chance to get around to it. So yeah, it's. I mean, I'm starting to even look at some of the stuff now, and it's like, do I try to put together like a sketchbook or something? Like there's so much stuff over the last 20 years which has never even gotten out the door. Like, not even on social media, not a picture, not a nothing. And people have seen like the originals when they come around to the house and things like that, and so like, you should do something like with this. So yeah, I mean, the other thing is obviously doing t-shirts and merchandise and things like that. So at that stage, I might come pick your brain a bit more, Stud, because obviously you've got some stuff worked out there too. And Brickish was just asking general colours, and sure peeps would love that drawing, let alone all your creations. Thanks, Brickish. I mean, what would be your thought if I set up a Patreon or something like that? Would that be something you'd be looking to support, or if I was to sell these things off individually? I don't know. I'm just asking, just getting ideas, seeing what's out there. Solo, I told him to call the AA. Yeah, good move. I'm not interested now. Yeah, it's not like it's Cinderella time. It's after midnight. I'm going to bed. When people see the full breadth of your work together, they can appreciate it more, at least on social. Yeah. My socials are weird. I describe it as being a bit schizophrenic, because one minute I'm posting stuff about YouTube and Lego, the next thing it's art, the next thing it might be a bit on some property stuff, the next thing it's on a castle. Like, it's really, and I think, as you've commented before, like, you have your audience has a certain expectation of the sort of things that you do, and when you throw them curveballs, they sometimes don't appreciate it. Or I think I try with mine to just be like that anyhow. Which I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, because if you look at my Instagram feed, it's all over the place. And you look at some other people's and you can see it's a bit more curated, and I don't know, maybe stuff is getting lost in there. Just a way not to waste all the drawings. The recap would be good to sit all together like a time lapse. Yeah. Because that's the other thing, which I think Kevin has started to do as well. Getting these actual streams, downloading them, and then editing them together and things like that. I just think possibly the editing time on that might be massive, because like there's been times like this when I'm just in the chat, responding to the chat for long periods of time. So even in a time lapse, you've got to go through and cut out those bits. But yeah, it's because when you're doing so many drawings in a stream which touch on so many different things, then you've got a good chance that somebody might respond to at least one of them. What do we got? So the car. Okay, cool. Brickish. At Lyrian Fox. Letitia's life. I'm right beside you. Solo, I think I need to go to bed as I can't even spell car anymore. Yeah, no, it's starting to get there. I think I might start winding this up in a sec. So much hate in the DM when you throw a mock at the wall. Yeah, I think a lot of the times comments are more reflective of where people are at in their lives rather than anything that you're specifically doing. Brickish, you should do videos of that Stud Sidious. Yeah, it kind of has. Check out his Instagram story, but yeah. Lorraine, that's a brick builder. Too much juice then. Brett's builds the Black Knight. Brickish, what do you watch? Lorraine Fox, anything good? Okay, cool. Let's just get this, I think. So, do I want to hit Hogwarts any dark? I might just tap it slightly. I mean, if there are people out there who want to miss my drawings and illustrations and things, is there any particular style of merchandise you'd like to see? Would you like t-shirts or a sketchbook or prints? How do people like seeing this stuff or consuming it? Because that's the thing, I certainly look at my work and everything like that. I've got a tremendous back catalogue of stuff I've just never done anything with. Okay, I think. Stud Sidious, that's a new video game genre. Build and smash. You could corner the market on it. Brett's builds at Stud Sidious. That's what I do with trains. It's a test to see how fast they can hang on. Stud Sidious, it does hurt a little bit going through, I must admit, but it feels great as well. I think it would get views testing the durability of my mocks. Yes, Brett at the Rain Fox. If I wreck my Tatooine, I would be upset. And Solo, I am a sucker for a magnet. Looking good, Matt. Yeah, magnets. That's another one. Yeah, don't wreck that stuff. Yeah. Stud will know that you've completely had a bad day if that Mos Eisley one happens to fly through the air or something happens to that one. Magnet. Okay, cool. I've been going for a while now, guys. I could do another one. Why don't we first of all just do a quick recap, see where we're at with these, and then see what the consensus is with things. So we've got Hogwarts. We tried to do a bit moody. We've got Vader's Castle. We've got a sloth in a knight's gear climbing up a castle. Is it "'Tis but a scratch," which is a reference to Monty Python, which was a very specific one which Bricksloth wanted. He seemed happy with that. Kevin Hinkle wanted a Bowser's Castle. Oh, let's try not to do that again. Maybe that's a new genre of film, dropping the camera. Then we had Dublin Castle. Can I get that back enough? Which was really interesting to do this and then do the Harry Potter Castle, because the Grand Hall, the way that the sides are done are very, very similar, which I just sort of come to realize that. And then we started off with a classic Lego castle, and of course the string on the drawbridge, which was offending Mr. Kevin Hinkle, so we had to put that in there. Let's see now what's the other comments we got there. I'm gonna just quickly leave it up on Race Builds. Oh, sorry, the Hogwarts. Try to do that as a bit of a moody one. Just come back to a few of the comments. Solo, look good, thank you. Brickish, you don't wreck that stud. Solo, only because I can stick it to the side of my toolbox. Yeah, that's a cool idea. I like that one actually. Because yeah, we have a tendency to stick obviously magnets on the fridge. Is that hard to see? It doesn't want to focus. Brett's Bills, no stickers. That's another one. Like seriously, I have never really done merchandise. I think years ago I did something on Cafe Press, which I think was like 15 years ago, maybe. I think I made a sale, and because it was below like the threshold that they pay you out, I never even got it and never followed it up. Stud Serious, that ship was a fast build, but the tattoo is too much back and forth. LOL. I couldn't do that. I was close. My bad. Ooh, Bowser's Castle. Yeah, that Bowser's Castle was one I wanted to go in and noodle, but need to get through it. Well, they all look good. That amazing. Thanks, Solo. Appreciate that. You just killed all headphone users. Family Bricks. Sorry about that. The joys of live. LMAO. Right, everyone. I am off. Bye, everybody. Thanks very much for stopping by, Solo. You have a good day. Get some sleep. We look forward to seeing your video. And yeah, night, Solo. Take care, Solo. Fun facts: we have castles in my part of the US. Gillette Castle is awesome. Cool. I mean, is that a... Because I know some of your castles are shipped over from the UK or Europe Is that like a native built American one? Solo, they're all amazing. That awesome stream. Thanks for that, Solo. Rain Fox, night, Solo. Bye bye, everyone. Night. Stud Cities, Westchester, New York, where the X-Men are from, really old castles and Victorian homes. Ah, okay. Yep. No, that makes sense. The X-Men house is a real neighborhood, very rich people, tons of houses like that. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise. How are we going here? He had a castle built on the river here. Oh, Gillette Castle was one of the famous UK authors that came to live in Connecticut. He had a castle built on the river here. Cool. Where are we at? Do we want one more, or have we had enough? Let's. I'm kind of happy either way. I've been going for the better part of 4.5 hours. Let's have a quick little look here. I mean, if anybody, I haven't done this pretty much all night, but if you're here and you can hit that like button and smash it, give it a like, thumbs up, all that sort of good stuff, appreciate it. And if you want to be notified whenever I do these streams and other content I put out, then obviously subscribe and hit the bell icon to be alerted. Stud City, it's a tourist spot here, but it's awesome. Yeah, I would imagine some of the wealth in Connecticut and those sorts of areas, they would have made some really enormous stately houses and castles. One more Dark Knight. So we're saying one more. Another sketch? Okay, let's have a look, see what we've got. Let's throw my mock against the wall live now. Smash that like and my tattoo. British, I don't mind. I've got a cover now. Go for it. Let's do this. Okay. Sounds like we're still happy to do one more. I'll see what suggestions we've still got here. Unless anybody else has got some other ones. We have Wizard of Oz, the castle from that. We've got White Castle, Castle Grayskull, and I think some of the other ones are real castles. We've got some of the Irish ones. We had some suggestions from Lorraine and Cy earlier. Malahide Castle, Slane Castle, Clontarf Castle, Hearth Castle. Unless there's anything else which people are desperate out there. So let's do this. Smash the like button for Matt, and I'll smash a mock. It's a smashing good time. Waka waka waka. UK joke. No, we need a Transformers castle. Unicron. I've done Unicron, and unfortunately when I do Unicron, I like to put too much detail into it, and there's no way that's happening in the next half an hour. Briss Builds, what I love about this is 3 things. You don't watch the clock. You always interact with the peeps. You're a good guy with a calm voice and a brill skill. You don't want to watch you, buddy. Who doesn't want to watch you? Thanks for that, Brett. No, I appreciate that. I do try to make this as interactive as possible. Raptors, good evening. How are you going? Thanks very much for joining us. Yeah, I get it. That's it. Yeah, Brett. No, it's drawing, it's sketching. I mean, part of the reason. I mean, co-hosts. Look, it helps me out immensely. It really does. But I feel sometimes, something like this, if I want to keep on going and there's a co-host there, that puts them in an awkward spot because they're giving up so much time already, and to try to keep on going and dragging it out. Well, not so much dragging it out, but it's a fair commitment for somebody like that. So, do we like the format tonight? Has it been okay? It's bit of a trial. So I've tried to have a little bit of music to fill in the silence. I don't know how many times it's been on loop now, so let's see now. Hi Raptors, yeah, I get it. Hey Brett, I'm great. A boy can dream. Unicron. That's why you need a recap video. Gross Raptors. Give a good castle, Raptors. Hey Sidious, you need a castle to draw. Although to be fair, I don't think I haven't done a Stud City suggestion tonight. Okay, let me have a look at this. I mean, I don't think I've ever done Unicron in planet mode, which might be a nice little cheat. This is just going to be a detailed sphere. Why does Unicron spell unicorn? Good castle. The Imperial Castle from the Pirate Age. Princess Peach Castle. Yeah, like most themes, tattoo in one word. You leave it open to draw anything. Castle Grayskull, old school Princess Zelda Castle. You guys keep suggesting stuff, and it's like, oh no, I want to do 3 or 4 of these. That's a tough one. Camelot. I think we're just gonna have to do this as a straight up and down vote because I just. What am I feeling pretty much? What I need is just a cruddy bit of paper. And here's one that I scribbled on earlier. So I think the things that we have, the suggestions, I've got is for Unicron as a planet. We've got Castle Grayskull, He-Man. What were some of the other good ones we saw there? Princess Peach Castle. Okay, I think we'll limit it to those 3. So 1, 2, 3. So you put in the chat number 1, 2, or 3 for which one you want to do. So we've got Unicron as a planet, be number 1, Castle Grayskull be 2, and Princess Peach will be a 3. So I mean, just get that, and kind of whatever gets the most votes, or whatever gets votes in the next little bit. So I think we'll go with that one. So I think I've seen a teaser saying Princess Peach. So I got one for Princess Peach. I think that's one for Grayskull, one for Grayskull. So that's Sidious and Sloth, Brickish, and Bratz. Yeah, Grayskull. I think Grayskull's going to win. We got 4-1 so far. So I think that's it. Okay, Grayskull. Let's see where we get to this one. Grayskull. Let's see now. Castle Grayskull. I mean, this is going to be an interesting thing. It's like last week I also ended with a He-Man one. So, ooh. Lots of good ones we can pick off here. How do I want to do this? That looks pretty awesome. I went to just Bratz Builds, that's Sidious. Miss BB collects vintage toys. We have He-Man upstairs somewhere. And Alf. Oh, yes, Alf. What is it? Alien life form with the harmonics. And from Melmac. You don't know Simon, but you know Alf. That's what I don't get. They trick us in the New York City area. Yes, he's upstairs with Rainbow Bright and the others. Oh, Rainbow Bright. God, I don't even think I've heard that since the 80s. They've fed us all these cartoons from the UK, but they turned out to be pipe dreams. Okay, so 5. So I pop it. I mean, Crocodile Dundee came to New York and did introduce us about to Walkabout and a really big knife. That's not a knife. This is a knife. Yep. I went to Canada, I think, just slightly after that film had been released. And as soon as anybody heard that I was Australian, I don't know how many times I heard that line. After a while, you just embraced it. It was a bit of fun. So, but yeah, it's like, oh yeah. That or the other big one was always shrimp on the Barbie. Put a shrimp on the Barbie. Okay, hopefully people are here. I accidentally bumped a button which threw me out of my own stream. I'm still here. Hopefully everybody else is. Speaking spells to this. Oakley. How are we going to do this one? That's cool. I don't think anybody noticed that I kicked myself out of my own stream and disappeared. Everybody just merrily chatted away. Okay, let's get on to this. What do I do with this one? Speak and Spell. I had strawberry cake doll. Yep, sister had one of those. My buddy had a tracheotomy, so we call him Speak and Spell because he has to use the remote to his throat. My childhood friend called Speak and Spell. LOL. The Care Bears and Trolls watch over us that night. Speak and Spell. Oh my god, I loved Speak and Spell. Okay, this is going to be Grayskull, but it might be, I wouldn't say out there, it's a little different. Side of the head. Try to bring that down a little bit. Oh my god, my boy Specky would love this. We literally call him Speak and Spell. He loves it, so don't think it's me. He talks Speak and Spell. We'll go to school. Teddy Ruxpin. Oh, and Grubby. I think that's meant to be Gumby. Could be wrong. Grubby. Grubby Gumby. Fat Albert, yeah. Who knows Fat Albert? Hey, it's Fat Albert. The Rag Dolls. Who's Fat Albert? Raggy Dolls. I know Fat Albert. It's interesting having done all these real castles and now coming back along to some of the fantasy castles. It just feels like the you can see the tropes that they're using in terms of just the iconography and things, where it's all coming from. It's probably just me being an Illustrator geek more than anything. Bill Cosby has a cartoon on Sesame Street called Fat Albert. Yep. Bill Cosby had a live sketching doodle stream on Sesame Street, just like what you're watching now. Breastbill Grubby. Okay, it's called Fat Albert. That's nice. You remember the Drummonds. Drummonds. That family name sounds familiar. I'm not kidding, LOL. Yes, I know Bill Cosby. He's a fool, but he's a famous on Sesame. That was his star. What was his star on Sesame Street? Yeah. And Teddy Ruxpin. Used to have to put a cassette tape into him to get him to work. Now that is a throwback. Cassette tapes. I'm just trying to think of the last time I may have actually used a cassette tape. It was actually pretty late into the 90s. Because Pearl Jam would allow fans to go along to shows and take their shows onto cassettes and allow them to trade them around the fandom. which was pretty ahead of its time. I mean, they just sort of saw what was going on with the bootleggers and everything, and sort of like, well, if we let the fans come along and do it anyhow, it crushes the bootleg market, so nobody makes money off our back, unauthorized, and the fans are able to get what they want. At least that was seemed to be the logic that they had going into it. Different strokes for different folks. My sister has a Teddy and Grubby. They play splish tapes. So it is Grubby, is it? Okay. Didn't know that one. So that's what they didn't show you on different strokes was when you took a left and went into the Bronx, it was on fire. Anywhere around Harlem or the Bronx in the 70s and 80s was very dangerous. Yeah. Yeah, it's nothing like what it is today. Actually, when I was a kid, went to New York in the late 80s, and at that stage, they're like, don't go near the subway, don't go anywhere near it. You just couldn't, it was too dangerous. I think we got taxis and buses everywhere. Yeah, just interesting. The thing which I remember most about that, we went to the Statue of Liberty, and yes, there was a little bit of a line, but you could go up it. And then when we went a couple of years ago, you had to pre-book, and then when you got there, it was also controlled. And okay, yes, it's post 9/11, I get that, but it was just like the level of tourism was through the roof. Like New York always was a big tourist spot, but then in terms of what it's become, it's just you just couldn't get over it. Well, at least I couldn't. My younger brother, I'm one of those children, still has that talking Walkman from the Home Alone movies. I forget it's called, but Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone has it with him the entire time. Yep. Look them up on eBay, bloody costly, I say. That little silver cassette tape recorder took. Boy, I literally just saw it in my parents' house and it gives me chills. Yes, Talk Boy. There's one sitting right next to my Atari. Oh, God. That's you're one up on me. It's like Nintendo is where I start. Atari, older sister maybe, but and the Atari, you had to be of that generation because those games were bad. I'm sorry. Okay, yes, you have Pong, one or two of the other ones. I think like Frogger or something like that's cool, but most of them are ridiculously hard. The graphics are terrible, and they're expensive. That was my baby brother said to me. That's like how old I am. Earthbox now, if it's boxed, yeah, I'm gonna snatch it up before he even knows it's there. It's in good condition, it still works. There's no box. I'd never sell it. I'm gonna keep it. I don't know what happened to my Atari. Gauntlet. Just, yeah, a bit quiet for this particular one because I just want to hit these eyes and the skull. It's like if I can get that, then the rest of it should all work. If I can mess that up, and also doing it in pen, so lucky I saved my Atari in New York City. When I was a child, was a place you just knew not to go. Unfortunately, subways are extremely dangerous. It kind of reminds me of COVID now. The Tommy Big Loader in 1977, and the Atmosphere, the video board game. Oh, it was Atmosphere? Maybe it was Atmosphere. I remember that. It was like, I thought it was called Nightmare. Maybe it was the same sort of thing. But you'd put a videotape in and you'd start playing. And as you're playing the game, then the video on the TV would come alive and then give you certain things you had to do. Is that the same one? As an artist now, the way New York City is today, I'm craving to get on the train and go back in there, but it's just not worth it. I lived in Brooklyn in the 90s and it was very dangerous. Now you need $1 million to live there, yeah. I lived in the block where Jay-Z and Biggie Smalls came from. Now it's huge money for a one bed, $4,000 a month, yeah. Stud City is soon will be the same in London because China has bought it all up. Yeah, central London's expensive. It's, we're on like the outskirts, so it's nice and green and everything. In peak hour, you can still get into the city. There's an express train which takes you about 17 minutes, so it's not too bad. But yeah, particularly with the whole COVID thing, I'm glad we're here because at least, you know, got a decent sized garden. The boys can run around and play and get out and get some exercise. I couldn't imagine what it's like to be in an apartment like that in the city where, yeah, it's all closed up. What else we got here? Family Bricks, I have another from the same company. So crazy. A parking space in London goes for 250,000. Yep. Daily Brick. Hey, welcome back. Yep. We're still going. Last one. By popular vote, Grayskull. Castle Grayskull. New York City has always been a UK overflow. I mean, half of Europe came to this little spot. That's why I love it, so much history. Yeah. Hey Daily. Hey Lex. Hey. How are you guys all going? Yep, cool. I just want to give this little hint of color. Stud, I need to go order my mafia spaghetti and meatballs before my spot closes at COVID hours. Be right back. Okay, cool. See you soon. That's the thing. New York City for food these days sounds awesome. That is the one thing I do miss about Australia, and Sydney in particular. Like even the food courts and everything that you go to, the food is like really, really good. Whereas in the UK, it's really hit and miss, and it can be quite bad. I think it's just a combination of, like, you know, particularly in the winter, the produce isn't really fresh. It's always coming from generally always some overseas country or something like that. How are you, Matt? Yeah, I'm going good daily. I mean, this is we're literally coming up to 5 hours of been doing this. I've really enjoyed this stream, to be honest. So I think I think you were slotted for next week to help co-host with that one. Have I got the date right on that? That's like the 22nd or something, I think. Pretty sure it was you. So yeah, don't freak out about that. It's like if it is, I'm pretty sure it was you. Yeah, just be along for as long as you like, sort of thing. So there's, I think, as I was commenting earlier, anyone who's co-hosting, I know they're giving up time to do it, so I appreciate that. So what else we got here? And for anybody who's out there watching, if you've been enjoying this, hit that like button, the thumbs up. I really do appreciate that. I know everybody probably says it and you hear it off all the creators and everything on YouTube, but it is always just nice that you put some content out or you do something and people just hitting that button that took an extra couple of seconds. I think it's probably one of those, was it endorphin chemical rushes or something like that? It's like, ooh, another thumbs up. Yay. You love me. You really love me. Flogging a Jim Carrey speech or something, I think. Parody Pictures, welcome along. How are you going? I think that's the first time I've seen you in the stream. You're hitting up. Okay, cool. Great vid though. Appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by. Saying good day. What do we got here? It's actually got 3 parts to it. Part of the mountain and the snow there. That's cool, Daily. Speak to you soon. Thanks for stopping by again for the second time. Cool. Stud, that's awesome. Grayscale. Yes, I spelled grayscale like fan people do. Yeah, it's funny when you, in particular using Word, even though you got it set to the English language, like English UK, it then always wants to flip words two alternate spellings. So after all, I'll just give up. Yeah, grey or grey, I don't know. Because I mean, even the American show Grey's Anatomy, I thought it was Gray, but then I think that's more based upon a name, and I think it's actually a really subtle reference to. There was one of the very first medical anatomy books was called Grey's Anatomy, which was because it was one of the first medical books. It was always recommended for artists, and it was a terrible book for artists. Like that was my benchmark of an anatomy teacher. If you were recommending Grey's Anatomy, I did not want to be in your class, because those teachers had generally no idea of anatomy in the human body. It was a medical text. It wasn't an artist text. I even have a copy somewhere. So I kept on, back in the day, Australia didn't really have any real art schools because everybody got wrapped up in the 60s in abstractionism and everything. So nobody learned how to do anything properly. So you didn't have like an art, what was it, New York Art School League or any of those sorts of things which kept those traditions. And then eventually they realized that they needed to learn stuff properly. But by that stage, nobody was around who could actually teach them. So, anyhow, digressing. Yeah, Grey. I don't know. It's spelt one way or the other. Lex may use Grey. It's a mass thing. I get it, though. Park the car in the yard. They don't use the R in yard. Park the car in the yard. I love Boston. Yeah, yard's a funny one in the UK. Like in Australia, you always think of the garden, like the backyard and the yard and da 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 da. Whereas here, it's always garden. So if you say yard, they think you're talking about like a trucking yard or like something like that. You get really strange quizzical looks. It's like, oh yeah, I was out playing in the yard. If you're saying that you're in the garden or in the back or whatever, it freaks people out. Oh, I suppose pull that back on camera where people can see it. The UK accent came to America and then was turned into pirate speak. It's nuts. Oh, that's a funny way of looking at it. I suppose, yeah, it's probably true. I gotta keep going off. So like fleeting feel there. Let's see where we can pull this to. Like the door's got to get a good solid hammering. Can you use the Jolly Roger in my Lego room? The accent changes from Boston to Long Island to Brooklyn to the Bronx. It's nuts. New York City has 5 different accents and Boston has 3. It's a bit much. An American guy, as an American, why do American women love the way English speak? Long Island people sound like Crocodile Dundee. Everyone loves an English accent here. I don't know why. I mean, it's an awesome accent, but so is Australian and South African. Never know, because America wouldn't let me in. If you want to hear crazy language, listen to a Jamaican guy from New York speak. Yeah. I don't know. I sometimes just I couldn't tell you the names of the different dialects and things, different people from New York, but you can always generally tell that they're from New York, and pick like there are differences, but some really cool sounding ones. Can we see that? Yeah, we can see that. Cool. Yeah, there's no Jamaican. I don't know if I want to go to Russ Kitchen bucket list item there. It's tricky with this tripod, trying to make sure you guys can see something. There are so many spots in Queens, New York. They're just like little mom and pop shops from whatever country you came from that they're losing food. Yeah. Castle is epic, buddy. Thanks very much for that. A tease. Again, you're back at 1 a.m. Why are you awake? I don't know either. I'm starting to think, why am I awake? So hopefully it's still cool where you are to be awake. I think this is definitely the last little one. Do a few more bits and pieces, and then yep. it's going to be time to call it a day. I've really enjoyed this. Hope that you guys have out there as well. Something a little bit different. I mean, in general, do you think that this kind of works? Me just flying solo per se, or do you prefer the version with, I guess, a co-host, or doesn't really matter? You're cool with it. So I do try to keep it interactive and yeah, include people, make it interesting, make it fun, as much as what can be done, I guess. See, now that shadow under the mouth really does amp up. Let's try to grab some of that. Matt, I enjoy your stream, solo hosts. Great, thanks for that. Brickish, I've enjoyed it. Great to hear. No, I appreciate that. I think, Brett, you've been along for pretty much the whole stream, I think. So that's awesome. I appreciate that. It's User's Life. I've enjoyed it too. Great, thanks for that. I know we didn't quite get to any K-pop stuff tonight. That would have been interesting. A K-pop castle. I wonder if there's such a thing. And if there's not, what would it look like? Yeah, that's 5 hours and counting and still 11 watching. I know that blows me away. It's just like, to everybody out there who's still watching, like I am kind of amazed by that. That really does take me back. So definitely appreciate you guys sticking around, watching, making suggestions, everything like that. It's just yeah, I'm just sitting here just drawing a few pictures, and people are digging enough to still be here. I mean, if you guys if you have any suggestions for anything for the future or different ideas and things we can do, by all means, throw them at me. I'm always, a bit like this, always up for just trying something. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You can always go back to something which we know that does work. Yeah, is there been no dislikes? Oh, that's cool. I mean, I usually expect at least one. And it's really funny because when I do just a normal video release on YouTube, there's usually always one within about 20 minutes of releasing a video. So I don't know whether it's a bot or somebody thinking it's funny or whatever. It doesn't bother me. I just find it amusing more than anything. I always think of it like that old saying, there's no such thing as bad publicity. Pretty much like, hey, it's somebody engaging, feeds the algorithm. do the last little tiny detail down here. And a no prize for anyone who can guess and name what this is. I suppose it doesn't help that you can't see it properly. This is why I have no care for subs or Patreon. You just clarify that a little bit, Brett? I'm just curious. You don't like Patreon in general, or the way that that's run, or? My Lego content is from me to the people. I couldn't have a stranger giving me money toward my city or trains. Yeah. Okay, cool. No, I can appreciate that and understand it. I like subs, but if they like what I do, yeah, I think it is a bit of a there's all sorts of different philosophies and takes on subs and things like that. I think part of it just enables interaction. Well, not so much interaction, but certainly once you the community tab and things like that. Because the number of streams which I find are going on outside of YouTube, like YouTube trying to find out who's streaming and things like that, it's next to impossible. I can't figure it out. Whether it's going through the Discord server to find out what's going on, Instagram a lot. I follow a lot of people on Instagram, and that's half the time I find out how they're streaming because they've just done that whole live now thing there. So, can you see that? Probably not. Stud, I forgot you're 5 hours ahead. Yep. Come October, I think that changes too, just the way different daylight savings. It probably affects more Australia differently. Not saying I wouldn't like free Lego source. LOL. Yeah. Well, I just sort of look at it. I know. I think it's only been in recent times that Lego are starting to even give stuff to Ryan, and he's almost 300,000 subs. He has a very particular take on things as well, which I could see sometimes corporates might not be too happy with. But just in terms of that aspect of it, I think you've got to be of a ridiculous size to begin with before any of that even you start to show up on their radar. Brickish, is that He-Man on Battle Cat? Yes, yes it is. Very good pickup. I know it's a little bit blurry. Just a little tiny detail. I quite liked it. So, Stud, awesome grayscale. Thanks for that. I was told by somebody if I didn't get 1,000 subs in a year, I'd lose my channel. Made me YouTube wary straight away. As soon as I told this, I was soon told this is not the case. Yeah, I don't believe it is. It's funny. I had a learn how to draw channel. I think 11 years ago, and it had a bit of content on it, and some reason it just all disappeared, and I didn't promote it or do anything with it for I still haven't. It still just sits there, and it had like 60 or 70 subscribers. So I know it was a channel which has nothing on it because the content disappeared from something I did so many years ago. Had 60 or 70 subscribers, and trying to get those first 100 subscribers on this channel, it was just it seemed infinitely much more difficult. So, but getting back to your point in terms of that channel is still there, so it hasn't disappeared after a year. And I don't. It just sounds like somebody that may have been either misunderstanding or trying to pull one over you. I'm just grabbing a late dinner, but it's late across the pond. Yeah, it's coming up to 1:30. I probably do need to wind this up pretty soon. Brickish, did you watch his brick buster video? Are you talking about Ryan? I do watch some of Ryan's stuff. Obviously, he's kind of one of the go-to for Star Wars. I mean, the other thing which I just lately, and I've seen a few reviewers do it. I can understand why Ryan did it, but other people saying that the 501st Battle Pack is like the greatest Star Wars set ever. To me, that's a fair bit of hyperbole. I mean, certainly, as far as those sorts of battle packs and things go, it seems like a pretty solid sort of set. But best set ever? Okay. What? How do you get to that? He acknowledged he shouldn't have reacted to the way he did to some things he'd done or said. Yes, I am. Okay. I'll have to. Yeah. I mean, we all make mistakes. We have to grow and learn from it. So that's cool. And particularly for some of us old farts who we've certainly had our fair share of doing dumb and stupid stuff. And you learn from it. You try not to do it again. Sometimes it's habitual. You can't help it. British, I wouldn't say it's the best set ever. LOL. Best set ever is the first you get as a child new to Lego. Yeah, no, that's a fair comment. I don't know him personally, but I don't think he's a bad person. He's just human. Yeah, no, I think with him, from what I've seen of his content and things like that, like he just tells things the way that he feels or the way that he sees them, which you've always got to respect that for people who can just go, you know what, fuck it. Whoops, shouldn't have said that. But I think this is good. I think this is bad, and not sugarcoating it and whatever else. And uh, and I think too that's also why I like a lot of Jang's stuff, because he just he's honest about it and what he's sort of seeing and doing and that. And you sometimes see with the ones with provided sets and things like that, their critiques and things are much, I wouldn't say censored, but they're not as critical, and can sometimes miss the obvious. I hope that kind of makes sense. I like that he doesn't lick booty. Yeah, I think both within Lego and the other channels within video games and all sorts of things like that. I think the ones which tend to be the most successful generally are the ones which they just tell it as it is, because it gives that trust to the audience that when somebody says they like something or they don't like something, it's not that filtered version of it, and you can put a lot more faith and trust into that opinion. So I certainly know with some of the stuff I do, I can be pretty critical of things, but I think ultimately if somebody's watching the video and you're critical of something, you can at least start having that conversation of, well, okay, man. I don't know. I come from an engineering background, which is very much, which is odd, sitting here drawing a picture saying that you're doing engineering. Um, so, but it's always been that thing. If you can't identify a problem, you can't solve it. So if you can't identify issues, or if you can't talk about things openly, um, you have no chance of ever fixing it or getting a better outcome. Um, hey Sean, how's it going back? And just I think on the last little one here that we're doing, a bit of Castle Grayskull, and then I think it's going to be it, because it's 5.5 hours. Wow, it's starting to get late here. I know I'm going to regret this in a few hours when the kids are up. So I think Yep, just finishing up here. Okay, Brett, thanks very much for sticking around and that. I know you've been here since the beginning. I hope you have a good night, morning, whatever it is. And yeah, let's see a bit later on. So I think we'll just wrap it up there. This is the last castle that we did, Castle Grayskull. I'll have to see if I can pull that back a bit. So yeah, I kind of like that one, the way that it finished up there. Let's do a quick cycle through some of the other ones that we came out through. So Castle Grayskull, that one there. Then we had Hogwarts, Harry Potter Castle, Vader's Castle, a sloth in a knight's outfit climbing castle. 'Tis but a scratch. Bowser's Castle, Dublin Castle, and we started off with, of course, the classic Lego Castle. Thanks to everyone who's been along tonight. I know it's been a bit of a long stream and that. I've really enjoyed it. Hope you guys have as well. Thanks to everybody who's been in the chat. There's been a lot of you tonight. So I run through a few names. I know I'm going to get them all. Cy O'Connor, Lorraine Fox, The Teaser's Life, Solo Brick Builder, Lex was here for a bit, Brett's Builds, Sean Studios, Brickish, Brick Sloth, Brick Clicker, Stud City, of course. Who else? I said Brickish, I'm pretty sure I did. And I'm sure there's other people. Who else was there? Just have a quick list. And of course, Kevin Hinkle. That was great having Kevin around as well. So I think we'll call it a night there. Thanks again, everyone. If you want to hit the like button on the way out, that'd be brilliant. And Lorraine, still there. Thanks very much for that, and really appreciate it. And I think it will be again same time next week. I think Daily Brick. Oh, that was who also forgot to mention. I think Daily Brick is scheduled to co-host next week, so he'll probably have a chance to pick the topic, and we will go from there. Thanks again, everyone. Hope you are safe and well wherever you are. Until next time, when we talk about all things Lego and lifestyle. Have a good one, guys. Appreciate it. Bye.